Good morning. Hope you're having a great weekend. It is Saturday, May 23rd, 11:43 a.m. Central Daylight Time, local time. I think we're in Central Daylight Time here in Morrison, Tennessee, just south or southeast of Nashville. I'm at a little mom and pop truck stop, and just about to start my driving day. I delivered a load here a couple miles away to some tire plant. Can't remember if it's Bridgestone or Goodyear or Continental or Cooper or whatever in the world it is. And it is, I just found out this morning or last night, it was yesterday. Just found out yesterday while I was on a break exchanging texts with the TSD rep, the rep for the account I'm doing the dedicated on. I just found out that this is a holiday weekend. Monday is Memorial Day. Because she told me that they weren't going to load on Monday because of it being a holiday. So, oh, sweet. So, all the support personnel are basically kind of checked out doing their holiday weekend. But luckily, I have loads through the weekend, so I don't really need them unless I run into issues. And I've ran into issues on every load so far. But Caitlin and Tony is the Landstar agent. Well, he's not the actual agent. He's just the rep at the agency I'm dealing with. And Caitlin is the rep at TSD that I'm dealing with. Oh, my goodness. All right, I'm going to slow down. I'm trying to, not block traffic, but this car, and there's a damn pickup that's trying to pass me on the right and, blocking me from moving over to the right lane. That jackass right there in his pickup that's jacked up 15 feet off the ground with tires that are a foot wider than the truck. Driving down the road, talking on his phone, blocking traffic. But anyway, so the load that they have me for the weekend is I'm going to do another round trip from Morrison to Texarkana. So on, I think it was Friday morning. Yeah, it was Friday. I left Texarkana and delivered a load Saturday morning here to Morrison, Tennessee. And they gave me another load where I'm just going right back to Texarkana, picking up a preloaded trailer and bringing it right back here to Morrison. And then after that, I'm grabbing an empty from here in Morrison and taking it to Ovenhigh, Louisiana. And that's the load I'm going to be picking up Tuesday afternoon. Now, the problem is an empty trailer. So, what they told me is that there were 2 empties in here in Morrison at the tire plant. Sorry for the pauses. I'm just trying to watch the cars in front of me. Their speed is erratic. So there's only 2 empties, and there were 2 TSD drivers, me and somebody else, that were sent over there to pick up loads or drop loads, deliver loads. So that driver was going to take one of the empties, and I was going to get the other. And I was like, and they said, but if there isn't an empty there, then you can just bobtail back to Texarkana. I said, okay. And then I got to thinking about it, and I was like, well, if this is a holiday weekend, most of these places don't load and unload carbon black trailers on the weekend or nights. They only load and unload them Monday through Friday from like 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. And especially with this being a holiday weekend, if, there's only that one empty there for me, they're not going to unload loaded trailers by the time I get back on Sunday for me to have another empty. So I said, I'm going to get there Sunday and there's not going to be an empty. And I said, maybe I should just bobtail back even if there is an empty. That way there will be an empty for me to go to Ovenhigh on. Because it's okay for me to come back to Texarkana without an empty. It is not okay. Sorry, this car just slowed down dramatically out of nowhere. It is not okay. And now it's sped up and it's speed matching me. It just slowed down to like 45 out of the blue in a 55. And then when I went to pass it, it sped back up and started speed matching me. I don't know what, now it's slowed way back down again. They've got both hands on the wheel, so it doesn't look like they're talking on their phone or being distracted. Maybe they're just Sunday strolling, rubbernecking, or inebriated, who knows. And Caitlin talked with Robert, the one that's running the account, and they agreed. They said, yeah, just bobtail back so you can be sure to have an empty for Ovenhigh. It's really important that you have an empty for Ovenhigh. Ovenhigh is a very important load. I need to spit. Just a second. Sorry about that. I could have paused the video, but I didn't feel like taking the time to pause the video. So you just got to deal with it. Sorry. Ugh, bumpity bump. So then when I got there to deliver the load, I asked the receiving people, I asked them, I said, hey, do you guys load and unload, or do you unload? Because they don't load at that particular plant. They just unload. I said, do you guys unload the carbon black trailers on nights and weekends? And they said, not nights. It's only day shift that unloads them, but they work on the weekends. So it's 7 days a week that they unload them. And I was like, oh, okay. And this is a holiday weekend. They're unloading this weekend too. And he said, let me check. And he checked some schedule or something. He said they're unloading on the weekend, but the actual holiday Monday, they are not unloading. So I was like, oh, okay. So they should have those trailers unloaded. So then I was like, okay, this is not going to be an issue. I'm just going to take that empty back to Texarkana. So I went and I hooked up to the empty, connected all my air lines and electrical lines and all that good stuff. And I went to raise the landing gear, and there's no landing gear handle. So I was like, okay, this one's got the air landing gear system. I've had a couple of trailers so far that have had that. So I started looking for the controls for the landing gear. No controls. I started looking around, I inspected the entire trailer looking for controls. And I was like, is this even an air landing gear system? So I started looking around at the landing gear system, and I didn't see any kind of hydraulics, pneumatics, air, anything hooked up to the landing gear. I was like, what the hell? And I started thinking, the TSD driver that got there before me was there for an abnormally long time. He had already been there for over an hour by the time I got there. He hadn't left yet. Because they told me another TSD driver just got there, and I asked him how long they've been there. And they gave me his check-in time. I think his check-in time was like 11:15, and I got there around 1 a.m., so he'd been there for almost 2 hours, I think. And was still on. I said, he's still here? And they're like, yeah. Like, damn, what in the hell is he doing? Excuse me. So anyway, I think I know what he was doing. I think he was stealing the landing gear off that trailer. I think there were some issues with the trailers, and he Frankensteined a trailer together. I think he hooked up to a trailer and it didn't have a landing gear, so he just stole a landing gear off another trailer. I think that's what happened. That's why I think he was there for so long. But that's just a guess. He could have been sitting there eating, taking a break. Who knows? But I tried. So the trailers that have the air landing gear system, they have a landing gear handle bolted underneath the trailer as like a backup. So if the air system stops working, you can take that landing gear and attach it and use it. So I was like, all right, I'm just going to steal one of those spare landing gear handles from one of the air trailers. So I went over there and tried to remove it, but the bolt holding it in was rusted in place, and I could not break it free with my short little wrench that I was using. I thought about finding some kind of breaker bar, but then I was like, man, I've already been out here for like 30 minutes trying to make this empty work, and I don't even have to take this empty. I can just go bobtail. I was like, I'm just going to tell them that I tried and it doesn't have a landing gear handle, and I'm just going to bobtail back. So that's what I did. I texted him and said that I tried to pick up that empty trailer, but it doesn't have a landing gear handle. So I wasn't able to raise the landing gear. So I'm bobtailing. Hopefully, whenever I make it back over there, they will have unloaded the other trailers, and I'll have one of those other trailers to pick from. If not, then I'm going to have to go steal a landing gear handle, or I'm going to have to call a mechanic and sit around and wait for a couple of hours. All right, I got 0.8 miles until I get on the interstate. Welcome to Manchester. Please drive carefully. And I apologize if you don't like listening to people eat. I am finishing off some like chicken. I don't want to call them chicken nuggets, because when you think of chicken nuggets, you think of that puree chicken.
Go past Morrison and use the right lane to take the I-24 West ramp.
And honestly, we don't even know if it's chicken. It's that pureed goop that they squeeze out of a machine into the form of a chicken nugget and put breading around it. That's what people think of when they think of chicken nuggets. These are like actual pieces of chicken meat that are breaded and fried. They are really good. And potato wedges. So the little mom and pop truck stop that I was at, I went in there to use the restroom this morning, and I always try to support mom and pop truck stops. Sometimes I never end up going into the store in a mom and pop truck stop, but if I go in there to use the restroom or something, I'll browse to see what they got, and if they got anything I need at a reasonable price, I'll buy it. So I checked to see if they had milk. All they had was 2%, basically a jug of water with some food coloring in it. I don't drink that crap. There are people that's the only milk they've ever had in their life, and they hate milk. That is not milk. That's water with food coloring. I couldn't imagine eating cereal with 2% milk. It's just like eating cereal with it's like pouring water on your cereal and eating it. Like, what kind of psycho does that? And I don't know how they get away with selling it as milk. It's like, all right, we're going to take milk and then we're going to take all of the fat that basically makes it milk. We're going to take all of that, all the nutrients, all the good stuff out of it, and we're going to sell what's left as like just a tiny bit of milk. That's not milk anymore. Sorry, I'm just watching traffic around me. So anyway, I'm looking around. I'm not seeing anything I really need. And so I go over to the desk, and they have hot food. No prices listed. And a lot of these mom and pop truck stops, they'll just get like shit from the frozen food section, like generic brand, cheapest crap they can possibly find from like the frozen food section at some wholesale place. And they'll heat it up, and that's what they'll sell in their hot food section. And they'll charge ridiculous prices for it. So they had some decent looking food in their hot food section. It did look like, you know, some frozen dinner stuff that they had reheated. But I asked them what the prices were. And at first I thought the prices were high. They were telling me, I asked them how much is it for this chicken. They were like, oh, it's $2.73 for 3 pieces. And I was looking at these chicken nuggets, and I was like, $1 for a chicken nugget, $1 per chicken nugget. Like, that's a little high. And she was like, oh no, I meant the chicken strips over there. Those are 3 for $2.73. And those are like big ass strips. So I said, how much for these? And she said, it's like $2.73 for like roughly around 10 of them. I don't really count them. I just grab a handful. I was like, oh, okay. And the potato wedges, she was like $2.73. It's like $2.73 for everything. So I was like, okay, let's do these chicken nugget things here and then potato wedges. And I was expecting her to bust out with some tiny little containers to put them in. She pulls out a box and just fills it full. Like, it's not an enormous box. It's probably about 8 inches long by 4 inches wide and about 3 inches tall. And just fills it full of those little chicken nugget things and potato wedges. So I was not planning on eating before I started driving today, but I grabbed that while I was using the restroom. And I've been snacking on that since I left out of there. I got it about 15 minutes before I started driving. So yeah, just a little under $6 for a box full of chicken nuggets made out of like chicken breast meat, non-pureed version. Why does this guy in front of me keep hitting his brakes, or girl, or whatever it is in front of me? Why does this truck in front of me keep hitting their brakes? They're drifting off onto the shoulder. I'm not part of your pack, four-wheelers. Don't loiter around me. So I should get pretty good fuel mileage. Let me see here. Let's see what it is. I'm getting 6.8 miles per gallon going uphill right now. With an empty, I would normally be getting like 4.5 to 5 miles per gallon going uphill. I'm getting 7.1 right now going uphill. So this is going to be really nice for my fuel usage to bobtail 600 miles. I don't like bobtailing. These trucks don't drive very well bobtail. They don't drive very well without weight on the drives. They're designed to have weight on the drives. Without weight on the drives, they don't have much traction. So the brakes are heavy-duty brakes. The torque is really high. So without weight on those drive tires, you hit the brakes, and instead of braking, you might start hopping or sliding. All right, I'm going to pass this truck. And I'm going to pass that hood ornament that it's got right there. I think that's the reason it keeps hitting its brakes, is it can't pass that car, and that car is just sitting in front of it, speed matching it. Oh, the car is starting to speed up. They see me going for the pass, and they're speeding up. So this asshole doesn't like to be passed by trucks. They want to go slow. They just want a Sunday stroll out here, but they also don't want to be passed by a truck. So they're just sitting there making that guy's life miserable. And now they're trying to make my life miserable. They're trying to keep me from passing. But I've done this guy a favor, and I pulled this hood ornament off of him, because they've sped up to try to block me from passing. They're going, I'm doing 74. I sped up to get around them, and they just kept speeding up with me. They're doing almost 74 with me right now. And they were doing like 68 in front of that truck. That's the kind of jackasses we're dealing with out here. Well, I pulled them about 500 or 600 feet in front of the truck. You're welcome. Let's see what my fuel mileage is on fairly flat land right now. 11.4, 10.8, 12.4. It's bouncing between like 10 and 13. So wow, if I'm able to get like 10 mile per gallon average all the way to Texarkana, that'd be pretty sweet. "20 miles until I get onto Interstate 840. Traffic should die down quite a bit when I get on the 840. There's two sections of road that I drive on during this that are really heavy traffic. One is the section of road I'm on right now, Interstate 24. In between like Chattanooga and Nashville is just a really busy section of road. Number two is I-40 in between Memphis and Little Rock. That is extremely busy. And also I-30 in between Little Rock and Texarkana is really busy. It's not quite as busy as I-40 in between Memphis and Little Rock, but it's close. And with this being a holiday weekend, daytime traffic is probably going to be higher than normal, and nighttime traffic might maybe be a little bit lower than normal. All right, I see people getting over to the left, and I saw an alert by Google that there's a cop up ahead, so somebody might be pulled over on the shoulder up ahead. I'm going to have to keep an eye on it. The truck in front of me doesn't seem to be trying very hard to get in the left lane, so there might just be a slow vehicle. I'm going to go ahead and get in the left lane because I think everybody's trying to pass a slow vehicle up ahead. And it looks like trucks trying to pass slow vehicles are causing the left lane to jam up. I think the slow vehicle is right in front of that truck in the right lane. I saw something with flashing yellow lights on it right in front of that truck. Yep, that United is trying to get out from behind whatever that slow vehicle is. Traffic is building up behind me. That's the reason I went ahead and got in the left lane early, is I expected traffic was going to build, and I didn't want to get jammed into that right lane. But with this left lane being blocked up with slow vehicles trying to pass slow vehicles, Traffic is just starting to congest right here, all because of this flatbed. Looks like this flatbed's probably going about 60 miles an hour. I'm doing 70 right now, which is the speed limit. And I'm passing it by about 10 miles per hour. Yeah, I slept pretty good last night until I started getting text messages and phone calls from Tony, the Landstar agent. He was like, hey, did you get that rate confirmation? He sent me text messages asking me if I got the rate confirmation for this load. I didn't reply to him. I just went back to sleep. So then he started calling. So I woke up and answered the phone. I was like, yeah, I received it. He's like, is everything all right with it? And I said, no. You have it listed as going from how does he have it listed? He has it going from Texarkana to Morrison. And I said, it's actually Morrison to Texarkana to Morrison. So please put the correct stops on there. Fix the addresses. And he said, well, that's the way that they sent me the rate con on it. And I said, and then I said, well, okay, I don't care. Could you just put the correct addresses on it? All right, four-wheeler. Shit or get off the pot. I'm going to pull out. I was waiting for this four-wheeler to pass me, but they're not passing. They're just speed matching the left lane, so I'm going to get out in front of them. So anyway, I asked him to fix it. And I get off the phone. And then he sends me another text message with a copy of the rate confirmation that TSD sent him. And it has Morrison, it has the addresses as Morrison and Red River, the trailer or whatever, the place in Texarkana. It has those two addresses. And then down in the notes section, it says Morrison, Texarkana, Morrison. So I replied back to him and I said, yeah, I see that. But if you look in the notes, they note it that it's Morrison, Texarkana, Morrison. He's like, but the pay is accurate. And I said, yeah, the pay is accurate, but the addresses are wrong. Please fix the addresses. So he's giving me pushback on fixing the rate. He has had to fix every single rate confirmation he sent me. He's screwed up on it, and I've had to have him fix it. Some rate confirmations he's had to fix multiple times. And now he's starting to give me pushback on fixing these rate confirmations. Because he's at home, and he's going to have to break out his laptop and set it up and get it all booted up and logged in and all that stuff to fix the rate confirmation. He's going to have to do work, and he doesn't want to hook up his work laptop while he's at home enjoying his Memorial Day weekend. He might not even be at home. He might be out at the lake, and he might not be able to hook up his laptop, and he doesn't want to deal with it. So why does it matter? Because brokers and customers refuse to pay for loads all the time over technicalities and paperwork. If you lose a bill of lading, then you might not get paid for the load. If you don't get a bill of lading signed, you might not get paid for a load. If the rate confirmation or the bill of lading or any of the paperwork has incorrect information on it, you might not get paid on the load. Anyone involved with paying you, so let's say that the money starts exchanging hands from the customer, and then it goes to a broker, and then it goes to another broker, and then it goes to another broker, and then it eventually makes its way to the trucking company. Well, let's say it also goes through a carrier like Landstar, and then it eventually makes it to the trucking company, me. Anyone in between me and the customer, or even the customer, every single one of those people, any one of them, can refuse payment over a technicality on the paperwork or whatever reason. So if any of them refuse payment, I don't get paid. It has to make it through that entire line to get to me. That is one of the reasons I choose to lease to Landstar. Now, Landstar has rewritten their contract a couple of times since I've been here, and I will be honest with you, I have not reread the contract since they made alterations. So they may have changed some shit. But the contract I originally signed, one of the reasons I leased to Landstar is because I don't have to deal with non-payment issues. If these agents don't get paid, I get paid. If Landstar doesn't get paid, I still get paid. As long as I don't do anything wrong on a load, if a customer doesn't pay for it, somebody's still paying me. Either the Landstar agent or Landstar is paying me for the load. And I've had this happen on a load. I had a load where I did a round trip load, and they broke it into two different freight bills. Both legs of the round trip were a different freight bill. Well, the Landstar agent got lazy, and instead of creating a new freight bill for the second leg, they just copied the first freight bill, and they didn't modify it at all. It was the first freight bill with just a new freight bill number. So they didn't switch the addresses. They didn't switch it to the pickup and delivery addresses. They left them the same. So someone in some billing department somebody along that chain saw that, and they said, this is a duplicate bill. It's the exact same bill for the load. They're just double billing us for this load, and they refused to pay for the second leg of that round trip, and it was like $7,500. I made over $5,000. It was like $5,200 or something what I got paid gross to the truck on that load. It was like $7,500 that they refused to pay because the addresses were inverted, because the agent was lazy. And 2 years after I delivered the load, I got charged back on the load. I got paid for the load like immediately after I delivered the load. Like the next week after I delivered the load, I was paid. And then 2 years later, I had like negative $5,200 on my settlement at Landstar. And I called Landstar to figure out what in the hell was going on. Actually, I called the agent because it had a load number on it. And I called the agent to ask what in the hell was going on. And the agent was like, I have no idea. I showed that we paid you and everything. And I show that this was a real load and all this stuff. And according to them, everything was good. They are like, we're going to have to look into it.
In 2 miles, take exit 74A, point west toward Memphis, Franklin.
Yeah, it would be right at this interchange where it would just start dumping rain. I'm trying to get over in the right lane, but everybody's just slamming on their brakes. I hope all these people are going east. A couple of them were.
Half a mile, take exit 74A, point west toward Memphis, Franklin.
I think the only slow vehicle is this damn lawnmower in front of me. This person doesn't even need to be in this lane. Oh my goodness.
Take exit 74A.
No, it wasn't that lawnmower. There was a line of cars in front of that lawnmower. So anyway, they charged back the load. And I tried to work with the agent to get my money back. And the agent said that they were going to call me. I waited around for a couple hours. They said they were going to call me back in a few minutes. I waited around for like an hour or two, and they didn't call me. So I called them back. And they just like stopped answering my phone call. They stopped answering the phone. They just started ignoring me. So I called Landstar. Told Landstar what was going on. I'm like, they're like, did you call the agent? And I said, yeah, I called and talked with the agent. They said they're going to look into it. They said they were going to call me back. They didn't call me back. I tried calling them, and now they won't answer my call. So Landstar was like, well, let me call them. Just a second here. These people are doing 50 miles an hour, and I can't get out in the left lane to pass them. All right, I got an opening. I wish I'd have gotten out in front of this truck, but the truck was quite aggressive at passing me. So Landstar said they'd call him, and Landstar called me back and said, yeah, they said they'd call you back. They're looking into it. I was like, are you kidding me? Like, I just told you that that's like what they were doing. And they weren't calling me back. They're like, yeah, they'll call you back. I was like, fine. So then I waited around, and then I called them back, and they still wouldn't answer my call. All right, this truck is trying to block me on the right side, and this pickup will not get out of the left lane. And now the pickup is sped up. This pickup is trying not to let me around it. And now the aggressive semi-truck has popped back out into the left lane. They see that we're approaching a slower vehicle, and this semi-truck is trying to block me from getting back over because of this slow vehicle. And this semi-driver is so incredibly aggressive. Now he's hopping back over to the right lane, trying to pass me on the right. And now that this pickup has got me jammed in with this slow vehicle in the right lane, this pickup is slowed down to 60 miles an hour. It's sped up. Whenever I tried to pass it on the right because it wouldn't get out of the left lane, it's sped up to 72 to keep me from passing it on the right. And now that it's beside this slow vehicle, it's slowed down to 60 miles an hour. Now he's speeding up to 70. Trying to keep me from passing on the right. And that semi-truck is weaving through traffic right now, trying to get around that pickup. So we got two dumbasses behind us right now, and that semi-truck and the pickup are racing each other. I'm doing 70, the speed limit, and that semi is speeding, trying to catch up with me. That semi is really mad that I passed it, and it's trying really hard to get around me. It's tried to block me from changing lanes 2 or 3 times so far. Like when I initially got on the interstate, it successfully blocked me from changing lanes to get around the slow cars in front of me. And then it's tried twice since then, unsuccessfully, to block me. This four-wheeler has found a burst of speed going up this hill. It is so frustrating to drive on these roads where everybody is aggressively trying to defend their place in line. And this four-wheeler, as soon as I finish passing it, it moves over to the left lane and floors it and starts going around me. This fucking idiot. I don't understand people. What is wrong with people? Why would you go slow in front of me? I pass you, you get livid. You just lose your fucking mind. And then you speed up and go 90 miles an hour to pass me. If you want to do 60, do 60. Why do people get so outraged when somebody passes them, especially a truck, on the road? And they start driving like a lunatic, going 20, 30 miles an hour over the speed limit to get back in front of the other vehicles. People defend their place on the road like we're cutting in line at the grocery store. All right, I'm eating some more of my food. And this is the reason I don't like driving in the east, is because the more traffic that there is, the more people drive like panicked animals. And over in the east, it's like driving in city traffic everywhere. So these people all day, every day when they're driving in traffic congestion. And they just, as soon as they get in their car, they just get into panicked animal mentality. Some of the dumbest, most aggressive drivers are over on the East Coast. And it's because they drive in congested traffic all the time. That's all they know. And they're just out here fighting like they're driving in some kind of race or something all day, every day. And as soon as they get in their car, that's the mentality, that's the mode that they get into. Because that's all they know. This jackass doing like 1 mile an hour, slower than me. Let's see what happens when I get out in the left lane. All right, I'm going to speed up to get around him. They've sped up. They're speed matching me. Now they backed off a little bit. All these people have the mentality that trucks should just drive behind them. Whatever speed they're going, trucks should just accommodate them and drive behind them. So every person that merges on in front of me that wants to go a mile an hour under the speed limit or a mile an hour slower than me, I'll just keep slowing down and accommodate every one of them. I'll end up doing 45 miles an hour out here on the interstate. So I'm doing 72, trying to build up some distance between me and the car that I just passed. And the car is speed matching me and riding my ass. It was going about 69 when I passed it. And now that I passed it, it's just speed matching me and tailgating the shit out of me. I let it drop back down to my cruise speed. I have got to get the steering shaft replaced. The wobble is getting bad. I'm surprised the car has not tried to pass me. It's still just tailgating me. All right, this car just slowed down to 62 miles an hour. Not paying any attention to their speed. We were going uphill. That's something that cars commonly do, is they're not using cruise control. And when they're going uphill, they have to press harder on the throttle to maintain speed. So they'll start slowing down and not even realize it when they're going uphill. All right, I'm getting tired of this car. It's slowing down again. We're going up a tiny little hill. Some old woman. A lot of old women out today. Like 3 of the cars that I've had issues with have been old women. I'm doing 71 right now. Give you an idea how fast I'm going. I'm going 1 mile an hour over my cruise speed. Speed limit is 70. And I've got a 4-wheeler mad that I'm in the left lane. Just dumped some rain here. Pretty good. Pretty good. We just missed it. Road is soaking wet. Those were nice bridge connectors. Not perfect, but nice. Ugh. Feels like I've been driving in rain for a week. I'm starting to see more doom and gloom. A lot of the things that I've been talking about on my channel for months, I'm starting to see more and more people talk about that stuff on podcasts and things like that. Like the U.S. military, oh my goodness, I had somebody get really mad at me. In the comments section over stuff I said about the U.S. military. Some Navy veteran that used to be oh my God, man, that is so rough. Damn, Tennessee. I'll almost have an accident driving over this shit. But I was just, in one of my videos, I talked at length giving details of why I think the U.S. military is not as awesome as everybody thinks it is, and that we are not prepared to fight a modern war. The U.S. military is designed to fight a Cold War, and it's designed to fight against, like, third world countries and militias. All of our combat oh my god, man, all of our combat operations are special operations. So basically, the only troops we have in the military that are really trained for combat are special operations. Just a second here. All right, we're going out for the pass. They just keep slowing down. And even our, like, basic military units, you know, things like Army, Infantry, Marine, stuff like that, the combat training they put them through is fighting, like, terrorist groups. Third world countries, militias, that kind of stuff. We are not prepared to fight an adversary like China, or basically any country with a modern military. Sorry, it just started dumping rain. And these four-wheelers are trying so hard not to let me pass. I was going faster than them at my cruising speed, and I sped up to 73 to get around them faster. And they all sped up, and I'm having difficulty getting around them. And they don't have their headlights on, so it's really hard to see them in my spray to make sure I've cleared them. Oh my god, man. Dude, that was a rough bridge connection. Stay in your lane, Martin. Stay in your lane. Martin is swerving all over the road. All right, we made it out of that band. I think the pickup behind me gave up on trying to get around Martin because Martin was swerving all over the road. There was a pickup following me while I was passing everybody, but it did not pass Martin. It stayed behind Martin. Now it's trying to pass Martin, now that the rain let up. But anyway, yeah, all right, so let me briefly explain again what I mean by our military is not prepared to fight a modern war. We have wonder weapons, the greatest weapons that have ever been made by humans, maybe. By our civilization, at least. Maybe there were ancient humans that were advanced that died out due to cataclysm and we just don't know they existed. So we'll say our civilization. We have the greatest weapons ever created by our civilization. I don't think there's much question of that. The F-22 is the best air superiority fighter today. It's better than aircraft like the F-35s and everything else that's been built recently. And the F-32s, I thought that they came out, I thought they were announced to the public in like the early 90s, but somebody said in a podcast that they were released in 96. I thought they were released in 91 or made publicly, like they might have been used before that, but like they became like announced to the public in like 1991. But I saw a podcast that said 1996. I'm not sure exactly when they came out. They came out in the 90s or the late 80s. Greatest air superiority fighter our civilization has ever made. It is an old, ancient piece of aircraft. And it is still, to this day, it was so advanced when it was released, so much better than everything else, that 30 years later, it is still the best by a significant margin. So we do have a lot of the best military equipment. But here's the problem. These are wonder weapons. We cannot produce them in large quantities. We cannot produce them quickly. So we have very few of them. They can't be replaced. Those are not weapons that are like useful in modern warfare. If you have a really amazing weapon that you can't replace, you can't mass produce it, then it's just going to be sitting, waiting for like some rare occasion to use it. You're going to be afraid to use it. Oh my goodness, man. These big ass bumps. These bumps hit harder when you're bobtail because the suspension is so stiff. So people think that we have like tens of thousands of like things like F-22s. Last information I saw, there were only ever 195 F-22s estimated to have been built. And it's estimated that maybe, at most, there might be 150 of them that are still capable of combat operations. We have these aircraft carriers that are extremely difficult, time-consuming, expensive to make. They are a densely packed nexus of military assets, and they are very vulnerable. All of our adversaries can easily take out our aircraft carriers. I don't even know why we still use aircraft carriers. They are... Offensive weaponry has outpaced defensive weaponry by such a significant margin that all of our military assets should be spread out. Nothing should be densely packed like an aircraft carrier. Everything should be small and spread out, because you cannot stop enemies from taking things out. All you can do is make it difficult to take everything out, and make it not worth it for them to use missiles or whatever on targets. And things like our missiles, like our Tomahawk missiles, the estimates that I saw is that there's only been like 4,000 Tomahawk missiles ever made. Or maybe that's how many we have in supply right now. No, I take that back. I think that's how many it's estimated that we have in supply right now. There hasn't been very many Tomahawk missiles ever made. And I forget what the production capacity is of Tomahawk missiles. It's not very much. They can only make like 1,000 a year or something like that. So I remember watching an interview with somebody, and they were saying that it was going to take years to replenish the Tomahawk missiles that we expended just during the short war that we had with Iran, the short shooting war that we had with Iran. We used enough Tomahawk missiles that it was going to take years to replenish them. It's estimated that we used approximately 50% of our air defense missiles and our offensive conventional missiles. We used like 50% of our missiles in that short little war with Iran. Does that sound like we're prepared to fight a war against a near peer or a peer adversary? Iran doesn't have much of a military to speak of. Now, the United States is bragging about knocking out Iran's air force and their navy. Iran doesn't have much of an air force or a navy. All of their military power is in drones and missiles. And the U.S. government has been bragging about knocking out like almost all of their drones and missiles. And then there was a report that came out that leaked from the Pentagon that said that Iran still had like 70% of its drones and missiles. And then Iran replied to that on social media and said that it's 120%. So Iran is claiming that they've already replaced all of the drones and missiles that they've lost, and they've increased stockpiles 20% above what they were before the war started. It's taking us like a year to build 1,000 Tomahawk missiles, and I've heard that Iran's production capacity for their drones are like 400 per day. They can build like 400 drones a day. That's what I heard. I don't know how true that is. But that's the type of production capacity you have to fight a war. You can't fight a war with offensive weaponry that you can only build like one every couple of days. You can't defend yourself with weapons that you can only build like a couple a day, That's just not how things work. And I can keep going on and on as to why I think our military is not ready to fight a modern war against a peer adversary. We're just designed to intimidate. The intent of the Cold War was to intimidate your enemy, to, bow out your chest and stand up as tall as you can and intimidate your enemy to the point where they would not attack you. So that's the reason we have these wonder weapons, is intimidation. They're not realistic weapons of war. And then the only wars we've really been fighting since World War II has been against third world countries and militias. So we've been heavily focused in special operations. Almost all of our wars since World War II have pretty much been fought by special operations. Yeah, Vietnam, there were a lot of non-special operations, saw a lot of combat. But we've been moving away from regular military fighting the wars to special operations. Special operations has grown massively since World War II. Special operations almost didn't exist during World War II, and now they are the tip of the spear of our military. To give an example of how we're not prepared to fight a modern war, Israel tried to go into Gaza the same way that we used to go into towns in World War II, with tanks as cover for infantry. Like, you'd have tanks and infantry moving down streets together, and the tank providing cover for infantry, and infantry providing cover for the tank. They tried that shit in Gaza and suffered large casualties. Like, all it takes is one person popping out from cover with an RPG and the tank's down. The tanks are extremely vulnerable. There's the anti-tank weaponry. Just a second here. Anti-tank weaponry. There's a flatbed. We were coming up over a hill and around a corner, and there was a flatbed on the shoulder on top of the hill. Anti-tank weaponry has just become too common. It's like bulletproof vests. Our military moved away from like 7.62 rounds down to 5.56 rounds. And then bulletproof vests became so common that even militias were wearing bulletproof vests. We got somebody else on the shoulder. So our military is actually moving back away from 5.56 back to something similar to a 7.62 round. Something with more kinetic energy that can deal with people that are wearing bulletproof vests. So our military has basically evolved to fight basically just random people with guns that are not trained. They're not very coordinated. They don't have the level of support that a military has. You know, that's what our military has been fighting for decades, mainly. That's not everything we've been fighting. I think if we got into a war with a peer adversary, we would get a very rude awakening. What's happening in Iran right now is embarrassing. We can't defeat Iran. Iran is not a peer adversary. And we can't defeat them. How embarrassing is that? Now, I will admit that we are not using our entire military because of this, you know, these political games that our government plays where they just don't obey the Constitution. And they have wars without calling it war. And then they've created these things like these War Powers Acts that are illegal. You can't create something that contradicts the Constitution. You can't create a new law or a new executive order or something that contradicts the Constitution without amending the Constitution first. So if the Constitution says that only the legislative branch can declare war, then you can't create something else that says, oh, the executive branch can declare war if it wants. You first have to amend the Constitution where it says that only the legislative branch can declare war. Just a second. I'm going to have to wait until we get on Interstate 40 to pass this truck. .45-mile-per-hour ramp. This guy is not slowing down. I'm doing 55 right now. That person's just tearing ass around these sharp turns. I'm doing 48.
Merge onto I-40 West. Continue on I-40 West for 157 miles.
So yeah, they've got this BS that allows the president to go unilaterally declare and fight wars for 60 days and bypass all of the checks and balances of our government. Which is bad in many ways. It's really bad for our military. I feel really bad for the people serving in our military that are participating in these limited wars, because you're not getting all the support you should be getting. If it was done properly, we had a declaration of war, and everything was going through all the process that you're supposed to be going through, then these people would have all of the assets and support that they needed to fight the war. But since they're trying to pretend that we're not fighting a war, they're calling it a special military operation or whatever in the hell they want to call it, then they're fighting Iran with limited military assets. Which is making it more dangerous for everybody involved. All of our military personnel. All right, I'm going to move back over this Pemberton truck lines. I don't know how I managed to catch up with them. Now they're slowing down. All right, I'm gonna pass them. Got out in the left lane and they were speed matching me. I get behind them, they slow back down. That's how I caught up with them. It's one of these jackasses. Swerving all over the road. Thought he was going to hit me. He drifted off the right shoulder and then pulled it back over really hard. Awesome. These four-wheelers are speed matching me. All right, let me slow down to 70 and see what they do. They slowed down with me. Now they're speeding back up. Anyway, I've already explained this multiple times in previous videos. Our military is awesome. We have a lot of the best things ever. But we're not prepared to fight against a peer adversary. That is my opinion. I think China would kick our ass in a war. They have massive manufacturing capacity. And if we got into a war with them, we could not beat them in a conventional war. We would have to resort to nuclear weapons. And then they would launch nuclear weapons. No one would really win. So if we fought a conventional war with China, they'd kick our ass. And if we fought a nuclear war with China, we'd both lose. But I repeat that because I'm starting to hear a lot of other people realize it. People are starting to look at the data. They're starting to do some basic math. And they're like, how in the hell are we supposed to win a war if we went through 50% of our air defenses and 50% of our offensive missiles in like 2 months against Iran? And most of those missiles were fired within the first couple of weeks. The number of missiles being launched dropped dramatically after the first couple of weeks of the war. So that's one thing a lot of people are starting to talk about. What's some other stuff? Oh, people are starting to talk about fuel shortages. It's estimated that we are going to run out of our strategic petroleum reserves sometime in July. August at the latest. Most likely it's going to be around mid-July. Early to mid-July is most likely when we're going to run out of strategic petroleum reserves. And then we could see fuel shortages across the country. And that's probably going to lead to massive price increases because right now, this is another thing that people are talking about, is the market manipulation by the government. Trump has been manipulating the financial markets by saying that the war is going to end any moment now and that we've already defeated Iran and they're begging for mercy and they're constantly offering us really amazing deals and we're looking for something better. He's just constantly lying. He's constantly putting out this propaganda. And I hate to jump on the bandwagon of conspiracy theorists, but I don't think it's conspiracy theory anymore. I think there's enough evidence that it's actually happening. I don't know if Trump is directly involved, but there appears to be a tremendous amount of insider trading happening, millions of dollars of insider trading based off of what's happening with our military, like announcements of what we're doing militarily and announcements in reference to the war and stuff like that. There are investigations happening right now there's already been one person that's been caught, some Army Special Forces Green Beret guy that I think was directly involved. He was like on the raid to kidnap Maduro from Venezuela, and he made like a poly market bet on that raid and won, I think it was a couple $100,000. So people are starting to realize that everything Trump's saying about the war ending any moment is just propaganda. I mean, I think that's the nicest way to put it, is to say that it's propaganda, which is misleading information designed to create a narrative. You know, less polite ways to put it would say that it's part of an insider trading scheme, or it's just lies, or it's just incompetence. Trump has no idea what's going on. I think the nicest way of putting it is that it's propaganda. But people are starting to realize that. The average person is starting to not believe Trump when he says the war is going to end tomorrow and Iran's begging for mercy and all the rest of the stupid crap he says. And a lot of people are starting to talk about the upcoming food shortages and famines. They might be happening faster than I anticipated, and they might be worse than I anticipated. I was anticipating that we weren't going to see, much food shortage until around spring of next year. But I've started to hear people on podcasts talk about farmers are already giving up on crops that they planted. I don't know why that's happening. It's something that's going to take more research. I haven't had enough time to dig into it. But I listened to a podcast where someone was claiming, sorry, I'm just watching this truck in front of me and I'm trying to watch all the traffic behind me. But they were claiming that a lot of farmers have given up on their winter wheat crop. The crop that's already planted right now that I think is supposed to be harvested this fall or maybe sometime during the winter. They've given up on the crop. They're not going to harvest it. They've already made that decision. I don't know why that's taking place. That's going to take more research. But what we could see start to happen is panic buying. And that could make the problem worse. It could create a problem that doesn't even exist. And I'm starting to see more and more people talk about the upcoming famine. And there's going to be major food shortages. Shortages of a lot of things. And it's going to cause enormous price increases in food. I think we're going to see diesel prices well in excess of $10 a gallon. That's something that a lot of people have started talking about, is how suppressed the oil prices are. They should be around $150 to $200 a barrel right now, and they're around $100 a barrel. What are people going to do when gas prices get up to like $10 a gallon and diesel prices get up to like $12, $13 a gallon? What are they going to do when food prices double? What are they going to do when they get to the store and all of the cheap food is sold out? There are no beans and rice. There's no macaroni and cheese. There's no ramen. The only thing on the shelf is expensive stuff that you can't afford. Every day that this supply chain disruption continues, the problem gets worse. And I've talked about this in several videos. It's not like a slow, steady, gradual, like linear worsening. There are break points. There are points where we hit failure, and then the problem dramatically increases. So it is really bad for everything. The financial system, the economy, the banking system. It's bad for everything. And I know a lot of people are like, let it burn. I don't think that they realize what would happen if we let it burn. Yeah, the system sucks. I don't like it either. But if the system fails, I don't think most people would want to deal with the repercussions of that. I think a lot of people dream of a Mad Max situation. But I think if people were to actually live in a Mad Max situation, they would prefer this. The only bug splattered on my window just splattered right in my path, right in my vision. Like right directly in my vision. A big bug just splattered right there. Isn't that the way it always happens? A second here. I'm watching traffic around me, getting ready to pass this car. And May. You know, there are some people that are already certain that we're going to have a Mad Max situation. I am not to that level yet. I don't think it's Mad Max. Like there was an economist that was being interviewed on some podcast. I think it might have been Redacted. Can't remember. It might have been Daniel Davis Deep Dive. That's another one I follow. I can't remember where it was at. But some economist, and this economist does tend to be a little doom and gloom. So he is a bit biased, but they're asking him what he's doing to prepare for what's about to happen. And he was talking about off-grid living. Like he's bought a place out in the country. He's, become friendly with all of his neighbors. He has solar panels for electricity. He has food storage. Like this guy's talking about Mad Max. He's preparing for a Mad Max situation. I don't think Mad Max is guaranteed at this point. It's always a possibility. Even when things are going great, there's always the possibility that we could be in a Mad Max situation. There, anything can happen at any time. I think we are at an increased risk of a Mad Max situation happening right now, but I don't think it's a likely possibility. And what do I mean for Mad Max for people who are, you're not part of that community? You've never experienced that part of the internet, that part of social media, that part of society. Zombie apocalypse used to be, well, it's not used to be. So there's a whole bunch of terms that people use to describe societal collapse, like a societal collapse situation. Without rule of law, WROL. That's something they use to describe it. Some people refer to it as a zombie apocalypse. There are people who are like zombie apocalypse preparedness groups and stuff like that. They're not actually preparing for a zombie apocalypse. I know that people from the outside that don't know what's going on, they think, that's actually what they're doing. They're just preparing for a situation where, the government, our infrastructure, everything just kind of collapses because the government doesn't have a continuity plan for the everyday person, for you and I. The government has continuity of government plans. So in the event that, let's say our power grid goes down, let's say the United States power grid gets destroyed, what would happen in that situation? What would our government do? Our government has a continuity of government plan where they would all go into deep underground military bases. And they have all the supplies they need to survive for years in those deep underground military bases. And once they get situated, then they will protect themselves. That's their primary concern if something happens, is the continuity of government. Not the continuity of the country or the citizens, but the government. So we're going to be left to fend for ourselves. Once things calm down, the government will come back out and try to rule over the survivors like they do right now. But they're not going to help us to survive. You should not count on the government. A lot of people are going to be just standing around thinking that the government's going to come save them. That's not what's going to happen. So some people refer to a situation where, we have societal collapse. They refer to it as a zombie apocalypse or WROL, without rule of law. Or, SHTF situation, a shit hits the fan situation. I refer to it as Mad Max. A Mad Max scenario is basically a scenario where the infrastructure collapses. We were talking in that video, and I was trying to just, explain cascade failures in the supply chain, and I was using ChatGPT to try to explain how we could get into a feedback loop where one industry is dependent on another, and one of them collapses, and it causes the other to collapse, and neither industry can restart without each other. ChatGPT referred to those as keystone industries or something like that. These are industries, these are like pillars that our civilization is built on, and they cannot start up. Like, without them, almost nothing can start. So if the power grid goes down, you can't do much of anything in the country. You can't build a power plant. You can't build a refinery. You can't build much of anything if the power grid's down across the country. Because if the power grid's down, the supply chain's down, food production's down, transportation's down, communications are down, everything's down if the power grid's down. And there are several keystone industries like that if they fail, everything fails. And I was trying to explain that everybody's looking at this as a 20%. Trucks must use left lane. I don't like that shit. All the trucks are moving over into the right lane. They're like, fuck you guys. Usually they have trucks move over to the shitty lane. Sometimes they have us move over to the left lane because it's short on-ramps, and they don't want us blocking people from getting on and off the interstate, because they'll have shortened on and off ramps in construction. But yeah, I was trying to explain in that video how everybody is looking at this as like a 20% fuel disruption. That's not what it is. It's a 20% disruption to the global supply chain, because oil and gas, those are at the foundation of our global supply chain. Those are at the foundation of everything. Yeah, I think this on-ramp right here is why they wanted all trucks in the left lane. But there's nobody coming down the on-ramp right now. We're good.
There's construction ahead.
Rumble strips ahead. All right, I'm going to grab the left lane. So a 20% disruption to something does not stay a 20% disruption. I've tried to explain this several times in videos, and I've used personal finance to try to explain it. Like, if you're 20% in the hole, you can't pay your bills by 20%, then that starts compounding. And you eventually get to the point where you can't pay any of your bills, and you end up homeless. That's the same thing that happens with our global supply chain. If we have a 20% disruption, then, let's say factories can't make 20%. Well, other factories that rely on them can't make 20%. And then, there's an interdependence back and forth between factories and stuff like that.
There's construction ahead.
And these delays, all of these delays, these disruptions, these shortages, they just keep compounding back and forth. Why did you just decide to move over in front of me, jackass? This asshole just decided to move over in front of me. And now I had to slow down by 10 miles an hour because of this asshole. And it's a solid white line. You're not supposed to be changing lanes. End road work, in truck lane restriction. What an absolute jackass. Just crawling up this hill at 50 miles an hour. Blocking traffic. Young kid. All right, we're going to dip over and let some four-wheelers go around, and then we'll get out and pass CFI and this other truck. So yeah, a 20% supply chain disruption, a large disruption over a long period of time will start to compound. And it'll just keep getting bigger and bigger. So the longer this goes on, this is already a large disruption. I think it's one of, if not the largest disruption to the supply chain in our civilization's history. And the longer it goes on, the more likely it is for catastrophic failure. I'm starting to see people on social media talking about how there's going to be a shortage of this in a month or two, and a shortage of that in a month or two. You know, people that work in these industries that are like warning other people that, hey, my company is talking about we're going to have a shortage of this in a month or two. There's a whole bunch of shortages. There's a lot of disruptions that are going to start happening in a couple of months. I've talked about this repeatedly in my videos, is when we had the lockdowns, the end point of our global supply chain, retail, things like restaurants, they shut down. So we had an immediate impact on the supply chain at the consumer level, at the end of the supply chain. So the consumers felt that supply chain disruption very quickly. But what we're dealing with right now is a disruption at the very beginning of the supply chain, raw resources, oil and gas. And it can take weeks, months, and in some cases years for that raw resource to get to the consumer, to get to, retail at the very end of the chain. Just a second. Got a slow truck in the center lane. So I was predicting that we would start to feel the very early, supply chain disruption sometime around August, September, October. That's when I think that we might start feeling the very beginning of the supply chain disruption. I didn't suspect we would see much of the food supply chain, disruption until first quarter of next year. But it's sounding like things could get a little bit worse, a little bit faster than I anticipated. We got somebody merging on from this rest area. But yeah, it's a lot of things that I've been talking about for months. I'm starting to see a lot more people talking about that stuff. I'm not saying that I'm the one that's like, I'm getting most of my information from other people as well. So some of it is just, me speculating as to what will happen based off the information available to me. But like, I'm not claiming that I started all this or I'm the first one to come up with it. I don't want it to sound like that. But what I'm saying is there were just a very few people that were talking about these things. And now a lot more people are starting to talk about them. now we're starting to get warnings from, I don't know if you'd call them industry insiders, just like people who work at places that are giving warnings about things that are about to happen. That is the reason I'm out here running my ass off. If you follow my channel, you know that I don't typically run very hard. Like, my whole plan whenever I got into trucking was to work as little as possible. It's one of the reasons I got into trucking, was to try to enjoy life instead of just working. You know, at some point in your life, when you've spent like 10 or 20 years just living paycheck to paycheck with nothing to show for it, and you've had very little time to enjoy your life, your existence. Your whole existence has been to serve someone else. You feel like a slave that's just been working your whole life for nothing, just to exist. So that's one of the reasons I got into trucking, was I ran the numbers on it. I busted out the spreadsheet. I did the math, and I thought, well, I could work like 3 months out of the year and make as much money as I'm making right now, working 40 hours a week, year round. So that's basically what I do in trucking, is I only work a few months out of the year, just enough to support myself, and then I take the rest of the year off. But I'm out here right now running like a normal truck driver. Well, maybe not a normal truck driver. I'm probably at the higher percentage of truck drivers. I would say normal truck drivers only run about 2,000 miles a week. Above average truck drivers run like 2,500 miles a week. And like the top probably 10% of truck drivers run like 3,000 miles a week. And then you have like probably the top 1% of truck drivers are running 3,500 plus miles a week. And that's right up there where I'm at, is like the very top percentile of truck drivers running hard like this, doing like 3,600 miles a week. But that's just a guess based off of my experience in trucking and knowing like what other drivers do. That's just a guesstimation. I haven't seen any raw data on that. So I don't know if that is even remotely close to true. That's just based off of what I know. And what I know is not a lot. So why do I say that? Why do I say that I'm probably in the top 1% of drivers doing over 3,500 miles in a week? Because I've run into a lot of drivers that have never done over 600 miles in a single drive shift. I've encountered a lot of drivers that were amazed. They didn't even know it was possible to do over 600 miles in a drive shift. They struggle to do over 500 in a drive shift. Are they going to speed up on me again? Yep, they've already started speed matching me. Now they're starting to pull away from me. This is the second time the van's done that to me. It's a van with student driver stickers on it. There's a little lip on the road, and I drifted off onto the shoulder. It's not necessarily a lip, it's just a contour in the road. So yeah, people are starting to, the point I'm making is that there were very few people that were warning people about what was going to happen like 3 or 4 months ago. Back in January, before the attack even happened. Back in early February, before the attack even happened. And the number of people that are aware of what's going on just keeps increasing. The number of people talking about what's starting to happen and what's going to happen just keeps increasing. But from what I'm hearing, everything seems to be culminating right around July. It looks like the problems, the everyday person that doesn't really pay attention to what's going on, the everyday person that just watches their TV shows, watches their sports ball, and goes back and forth to work. Those people are likely going to be affected to a point where they're going to be like, what's going on? Those people. Let's see if this student driver jumps out in front of me. I bet they do. Yep, there they go. All right, we got a truck on the shoulder up ahead. I'm going to just speed up past the flatbed, get past them to give them space to move over if they want to. This jackass. As soon as I got past Prime, this Kia cut in between us and passed me on the right. Oh, that car is pissed off at that Kia. Maybe that car and that Kia have been fighting for position. And that's the reason the Kia almost got into an accident trying to pass me. But yeah, I'm starting to hear that strategic oil reserves are going to start hitting tank bottom right around mid-July, late July at the latest. I'm starting to hear about shortages and various things. I'm trying to remember anything specific. What was something specific I heard shortages in? Besides farming. I can't remember anything specific. Just a second. There's a truck that's just been. Is this the truck that earlier was trying to block me? I think this is it. I think this is the same truck that has been like trying to block me from getting in front of it for a long time, and I eventually got in front of it, and then I got so far away from it that I couldn't see it anymore, and I think it has finally caught back up to me, and it's riding my ass right now. I think this is the same asshole. I think it might try to pass me on the downhill right here. We'll see. Nope. It's just sitting about 125 feet behind me. A lot closer than I would like. It just now went out into the left lane. Still sitting about 125 feet behind me. If it's the same truck, then I don't know what it's waiting on. I know it's not governed at 70. It is ever so slightly creeping up to me right now. It's going like a tenth of a mile per hour faster than me or something like that. How in the hell did they even catch up with me? Just, you know what it is? They're capable of going faster than this, and I think they've been speeding up to pass people. We got somebody on the shoulder. I'm not going to slow down for this jackass. Looks like some Eastern European guy. Golden Mile Enterprise Incorporated. He's got to be governed at this speed. This must be a different truck. There's no way somebody would pass this slow. All right, I'm going to turn my cruise off and let this moron around. Don't you cut me off, jackass. I just slowed down to let you over. I didn't slow down to let you cut me off. As soon as I started slowing down, he turned his signal on, like he was going to cut me off. I don't even think he realized I slowed down. I think he thinks that, like, he just got a burst of speed or something. I don't care if somebody's in front of me or behind me. I just don't want people near me going the same speed as me. As long as he's going faster than me and he's going to pull away from me, you know, have fun, man. Go, like, do your thing. You want to go 71? I want to go 70. We can live in the same world together. You just go do you. I do not have a problem with people passing me. I was just concerned he might be that aggressive driver that's been blocking me. And whenever he gets in front of me, he goes slow. And then whenever I try to pass him or I try to lane change, he just tries to run me into the lane. I think it might still be that same asshole. But it was raining so hard back then that I didn't get a look at their company information, so I don't know if it's the same one. Golden Mile out of Fontana, California. I watched a YouTube video last night of somebody calling the state of Illinois and asking if they could bring a translator to their CDL test. And Illinois was like, yes, we offer CDL tests in other languages, and you can bring a translator. That is illegal. You are required to be able to read, write, and communicate effectively in English to have a CDL. And states like Illinois and California, these radical left states, are allowing people that can't speak English, they can't read and write, they can't read the road signs, they can't communicate with emergency personnel, they can't communicate with other drivers, they can't communicate with DOT officials at way stations. They can't read, write, speak, communicate in English. And states like California and Illinois have been letting people take tests in other languages. And Illinois said that they would let you bring a translator to a CDL test. All right, if you've never taken a CDL test, you have no idea how stupid that is, to be able to bring a translator to a CDL test. Part of the CDL test is to do a vehicle inspection. So imagine that you're doing the vehicle inspection and you have a translator, someone that you have paid to do the test for you. This pickup was sitting there right at the back of me whenever I went past that car on the shoulder. And then as I was passing the car on the shoulder, it backed off of me by about 100 feet. It's like, what good is that? Like, you were so close to me that I couldn't move over whenever I went to pass the car. But after I start to pass the car, then you back off by 100 feet? Like, what use is that? Now they're acting like a drama queen because I didn't move over for that car full of kids that was on the shoulder. Well, maybe you should have backed off of me before we got there, not like as I was passing them. Because when I'm passing them, I have to focus on them, not changing lanes. What the hell was I talking about? Sorry, I was completely spaced on what I was talking about because I was watching that car on the shoulder and trying to figure out if I could safely move over for him. But that's what a lot of these four-wheelers do. They just get, what's the word for it? When somebody just gets dumbfounded. They, when somebody sees something and it surprises them, I'll give you an example. When I was in high school, it was raining outside or something, so we were taking our break inside in a classroom, and I was one of the best chess players in school. And the best chess player in school, I had never beaten him. And I was playing him on this break, and I had him beat. I was just a few moves away from winning, and he was trying to stall the game until the break was over so that, he could claim undefeated against me. He was just he knew he was defeated, and he was just trying to stall the game until the break was over. And all of a sudden, a book comes flying and lands on the table, lands on the chessboard, and knocks the pieces all over the place. And I look up, and it's, just a second here, the traffic is stacking around me. And it's a couple of guys a few seats away from me. It wasn't bullying, it was screwing around. Keith, the guy that I was playing, was like best friends with the two guys that threw the book. And I hung out with them. I didn't like them very much, but I was kind of like buddies with them. But I wouldn't say I was friends with them because I didn't like them. But we hung out all the time. We went to parties together and stuff like that all the time. Well, Ray, I'm not sure which one of them threw the book, but I got pissed. And I grabbed the book and I threw it at Ray. Ray is like the biggest kid in school. He was about like somewhere around 6'4", 6'5", around 260 pounds. And it was an encyclopedia. And I threw the book and hit him in the head and gave him a black eye. I hit him in the eye with it. And Ray got up mad and started storming at me, wanting to fight. And while he was coming at me, I sat there and thought for a second. I thought, well, all right, if I fight Ray, I'm going to have to hurt him to win because he's so big. What I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to kick him in his knee and knock his legs out from underneath him, and then I'm just going to have to wail on him. I said I'm going to have to seriously injure him. I might end up breaking his leg, kicking him in the knee. So I thought, you know what? If I just let him hit me one time, then the fight will be over. So I decided to just let him hit me. I did not get out of my desk. I just sat there at my desk and I waited for him to walk over to me. And then when he got to me, I turned my head and looked forward so that he would hit me in the side of the head. And I loosened up my neck so that whenever he hit me, my head would spin and it wouldn't be a solid hit. And that's exactly what happened. He hit me in the head and it was a glancing blow. But Ray being like 6'4", 260, even a glancing blow is a pretty hard hit. So he gave me a black eye. Whenever he hit me, or whenever he got up and started walking toward me, Keith, the guy that was sitting in front of me, got up and took off running. So after Ray hit me, he just walked off cussing to the bathroom to wash his eye out to see how bad his eye was hurt. And this guy named Brian was sitting 2 seats in front of me. Keith, the seat directly in front of me, was cleared out. Brian was 2 seats in front of me. And I just looked at Brian and I said, hey, go get me a tissue from the teacher's desk. And Brian was just in a daze. He was his jaw was dropped, his mouth was open, his eyes were just like wide open, and he was just staring at me in disbelief. And I asked him like 3 or 4 times to go get me a tissue from the teacher's desk for my eye. And he just sat there looking at me, not moving, not reacting, just in a daze, like a zombie. And I started snapping my fingers in front of him, trying to get him to snap out of it. And eventually he he blinked his eyes and he snapped out of it, and he went up there and got me a tissue. Come on, four-wheelers, fuck. This pack of four-wheelers caught up with me, and now they're all just loitering around me. So why these people, they flock together like birds. These four-wheelers travel around in packs. They catch up with slower vehicles, and then they just loiter around them in speed match. I don't want to be part of your gang. Keep rolling. So that's what I'm talking about like people getting into a daze. Like, I think that's what happens when people are driving down the road and they see something. They just like get into this zone where they just kind of like get into this zombie mode where they're like, oh my God, there's a car accident right there. And that's the reason whenever you are approaching like a car accident or somebody on the shoulder or something happening, four-wheelers will just start speed matching you because they enter this daze where they're just like rubbernecking so hard that they're just watching you out of their peripheral vision and matching your speed. They're driving out of their peripheral vision, just trying to stay in the same relation to you out of their peripheral vision while they gawk at something. So, like, if you've been driving a truck for a while, then this has happened to you a lot, where you'll approach some situation and four-wheelers will just block you in. They will just get alongside you, and then you'll be approaching a situation and you can't get the damn four-wheeler off your side. They're just speed matching you. They're speeding up with you and slowing down with you and just jamming you into the lane, and you can't get over to like avoid the situation. And I think that's what's happening whenever that occurs, is people are just stuck in this gawking mode, just trying to process something. But yeah, Ray and I both came to school with black eyes the next day, and we never talked to each other again after that. Ugh. Driving through Jackson, Tennessee. The sign said, "Slow down, Jackson." So I'm guessing it's a city and they're not talking about somebody in particular. There could be some bitch named Jackson that just hauls ass through this area all the time. So I forgot what I was talking about earlier, but I guess we'll get back to talking about the you know the you know I just I think the reason I keep talking about it is because it is a really big event. The supply chain disruption. It is a massive event, and I just think most people don't realize what's going on. I think most people don't understand how big this is, how big it's going to be. And that's the reason everybody who listens to my channel, I'm trying to warn them, get out and make as much money as you can right now. Because things are going to get bad. Fuel prices are going to get really high. Fuel prices are not high right now in comparison to what they're going to be. And the freight market is going to plummet. Our economy runs on fuel. So with high fuel prices, that is going to severely reduce the amount of freight that's moving around. And then with supply chain disruption, that is also going to reduce the amount of freight moving around. We're just going to have like this. It's like, sorry, I'm watching these. Sorry, I forgot what I was saying. I was sitting here watching this car passing me, and then this other car flying through traffic. It's like a perfect storm in a bad way. It's this culmination of multiple events that in their own would be extremely bad. But whenever you have multiple extremely bad things all happening at once, like, the outcome is unpredictable. No one understands the global supply chain. It's constantly evolving. There's a tremendous amount of corruption. There's a tremendous amount of criminal activity happening in the global supply chain. Nobody has any idea what's going on with the global supply chain. It's not mapped out. Nobody understands it. It's with our current technology, with our current capabilities, it is impossible to map out the global supply chain because of how fast it evolves. It's constantly changing, and because of the level of like criminal activity, corruption happening, unreported things happening, money laundering, stuff like that. Fraud. So nobody really knows what's going to happen. All right, I was wondering if this SUV was going to go left or right around that Volkswagen. So even though people don't know exactly what's going to happen, and there's the possibility of something completely unexpected happening, you at least can have a decent idea of what's going to happen. There are certain things that you're fairly sure are going to happen. We know there's going to be shortages. We know there's going to be price increases. I've heard some numbers tossed around on food price increases that it's golden mile again. My nemesis. And golden mile has sped up. And golden mile is moving over in front of me now. Golden mile is trying really hard to block me from passing them. So yeah, I think this is the same asshole from earlier that kept cutting me off and like trying to jam me to keep me from passing. Pretty sure it is. Based on the way he's driving right now, he's doing the same shit that he was doing last time I was behind him. Now he's going slow again because he's got a slow car in front of him. I'm going to show him that I'm capable of going much faster than him. And maybe he'll stop playing games with me. I just sped up to 75. And this four-wheeler sped up with me. Whoa, buddy. That car missed their exit and just jerked it across the median. Looks like the car behind me is not letting golden asshole pass them. All right, let's look at the time. What time am I going to be driving through Memphis? It's vibrating so much it's hard to read. 2:47. I think it's 2:47 p.m. And I am probably about an hour away from Memphis. That'll be a good time to drive through Memphis. So I can take my 30-minute break after I get through Memphis. This damn Volkswagen is back in front of me again. Hopefully they don't slow down in front of me again. They've already slowed down and started speed matching me. Now I'm catching up with them. If I get any closer, I'm going to honk at them. All right, now they're pulling away from me. And now I've got the golden dumbass behind me. If he goes to pass me again, I'm not going to slow down and let him pass. I'm going to speed up, make him fall back in behind me. I'm getting tired of him getting in front of me and then trying to block me from passing him. Like I said earlier, I don't give a shit about people passing me. I don't care if somebody's going faster than me or slower than me. I just can't stand people getting in front of me and slowing down or sitting around me going the same speed as me. And this golden dumbass keeps getting in front of me and slowing down and then trying to block me from passing them. What I think I'm going to do at the end of this drive shift is I'm going to go hook up to that trailer. It should be a really fast trailer hookup. It's a trailer that's been in the shop, so it should be in good condition. And the paperwork should be on the trailer. So I just hook up to the trailer, do a quick inspection, grab the paperwork, do ELD stuff, plot my route, and then I'm going to drive like 50 miles to that TA in Prescott, and hopefully there's a parking spot there because I'm not going to be getting there until around 11 p.m., midnight, somewhere in that area. Somewhere between 10 p.m. and midnight. So hopefully I can find a parking spot. And I'll take my 10-hour break there, grab a shower, top off fuel. This golden dumbass is getting closer and closer to me. They're going to go for the pass anytime. Now they just backed off. They see me catching up with slower traffic. I think they're going to try to jam me in. I might get jammed in. There's a line of four-wheelers passing me right now. Now, once they make it past me, there should be enough room for everybody to pass this slow car on the right. This line should clear up. This car passing me right now is just blocking everybody. Pass them on the right. Now that Honda is speeding up. What a jackass. So the person blocking traffic is going really slow when they're alongside other vehicles. You can't pass them. And then when they hit an opening like this, a gap where people can pass them on the right, they're speeding up. What an absolute jackass. "62 miles to Memphis." Those signs, I don't know. There doesn't seem to be any uniformity to how they do those signs. Some of those signs measure to like the center of town, and some of them measure to like the city limits. And that can be a huge difference. Because some of these cities are really big. Like, you'll pass a sign that says Oklahoma City city limits, and you'll be out in the sticks. You'll still be like 20 miles from town. The Oklahoma City city limits are huge. There was another town that I passed through not long ago that had enormous city limits as well. I forget which town it was. But usually, it seems like those signs measure to like the center of town. I think I read somewhere that they measure to like the city capitol building or something like that. You know what? I'm just sitting there thinking, like, whenever I said that, I was thinking, well, for some reason, I started thinking about state capitals. And I am not 100% certain what the state capital of Oklahoma is. The state that I live in, like, state capitals are kind of meaningless. It's just something I learned when I was a little kid because they taught it in school. And I'm fairly certain the state capital of Oklahoma is Oklahoma City, but I'm pretty sure it used to be Guthrie, Oklahoma. I might finally get away from Golden Dumbass with all these trucks that I'm passing. I think he might be hung up behind the last truck that I passed. I don't think that's him behind me. What the fuck? Are you kidding me? This truck just decided to get out and pass right when I got out to pass it. So this 65 mile per hour truck decided to pass the other 65 mile per hour trucks right when I got out to pass it. What the fuck's going on, man? Move your stupid ass back over. He still hasn't caught up to the other 65 mile per hour truck yet. There's a long line of 65 mile per hour trucks right here. Why did this jackass have to get out right in front of me? Right when I was about to pass his stupid ass? Dumbass. And now the golden dumbass has caught back up with me because I got jammed in behind that moron. I was hoping to rub him off on these trucks. I don't think this is the golden dumbass behind me. I don't think he had a cattle bumper on the front of his truck. All right, this. Gotta be careful with this DX driver in front of me when I pass them. They are an aggressive lane changer. They should not have changed lanes for that pickup that merged on. They should have just slowed down a little bit. They might not have even needed to slow down. So I just gotta be careful with them whenever I pass them. If I pass them. Because if they see somebody on the shoulder or somebody merging on, they're gonna cut me off. Yeah, I don't think that this truck behind me is the golden dumbass. This one has a cattle bumper on the front, and it has solar panels on the roof. And I don't think the golden dumbass had any of that stuff. I'm pretty sure he was driving a Freightliner as well. And this is a Volvo. All right, this thing just went out to pass me. And it's passing me really fast. Yeah, this is Bellotto LLC T-Force trailer. So I think the truck further back behind me is the golden dumbass. And it's like a half mile back. All right, we're still on the original schedule that I did last night, where drive shift started about 11 a.m. today, should end about 11 p.m. tonight. 10-hour break would be start driving at 9 a.m. tomorrow. So 9 a.m. tomorrow, I would be leaving 9 a.m. tomorrow, I'll be leaving Morrison, Tennessee, and heading for Ivanhoe, Louisiana. So I don't think I can make it all the way to Ivanhoe in a single drive shift. I'll probably do the same thing I did last time. I'll stop at that brand new TA and take a 10 there and then drive the rest of the way in. I just got the bypass on this way station. Hopefully it's open. And it's closed. But hopefully Golden Dumbass can't read and they pull into the way station. Looks like we had some trucks slow down for the weigh station. And we have a whole bunch of trucks that jumped out to pass them. And I have a long line of four-wheelers that's catching up with me right now to pass me. I might be able to get in after this second pickup. There's a gap. Nope, there's a car there that I didn't see. Damn it. So now I'm having to hit my brakes and slow down. All right, I might be able to get, if this car goes, yeah. There's enough space here for me. There's a lot. It's really common for truck drivers to slow down when they pass weigh stations. I don't know why. I'm not talking about, slow down to, if they're speeding, slow down to where they're not speeding. I'm talking like speed limit's 70 and they slow down to like 60 miles an hour whenever they go past a weigh station. I should not have moved over. These cars are not passing me very fast. I moved over to let these cars around, and this guy's going 65. Stay in your lane. Tell them they're looking in their mirrors. They're weaving all over the place. They never check their mirrors. People who never look in their mirrors, whenever they look in their mirrors, they'll swerve all over the place. They'll drift because they haven't built up the muscle memory from constantly checking their mirrors. Four and a half hours left till I have to take a 30. That's so we have a couple of Corvettes traveling together, and apparently they wanted to swap positions with who was leading. I don't know if you could hear their exhaust whenever they floored it. Their acceleration was really not that amazing. All right, this truck in front of me needs to pass DX. I'm catching up with it. The truck directly in front of me is the one hauling that T-Force trailer that passed me earlier that I thought might be the golden dumbass. And it's gotten caught up with his DX and just refuses to pass DX. You can tell it's looking over in its mirror. It's wanting to pass DX now, but it's jammed in by four-wheelers. and it keeps drifting over to the left side of the lane. It's checking its mirrors, and then it overcorrected back to the right, drifting back to the left, overcorrecting to the right, checking the mirrors constantly. As soon as this car clears it, it's probably going to hop out in the left lane and start passing. It is riding the ass of DX. It did not hop over as soon as that car cleared it. It's checking its mirror again, seeing this car flying by it. There it goes. The Interstate 240 junction is in 31 miles. And it was saying Memphis is in 45 miles. Well, the 240 is at the edge of Memphis. So we're going to start hitting the edge of Memphis in about 30 miles. Yeah, we're going to clear Memphis way before rush hour. I might. Oh, man, it really depends. I'm sitting here thinking about Ivanhoe. Okay, so getting a 34 in Ivanhoe. I think Ivanhoe is over 700 miles from Morrison. I'll have to check. But what I could potentially do is at the end of this drive shift, I wasn't even planning on staying in Texarkana. I was planning on, because I should have like an hour, maybe an hour and a half, maybe even 2 hours at the end of this drive shift that I can drive. If I can drive a little extra in this drive shift and then a little extra in the next drive shift, then I might be able to make it all the way to Ivanhoe. No, wait a second. Wait a second. I think I'm off by a day on my calculation. Yeah, I'm off by a day. I don't have a chance of a 34. I was thinking I was going to get down to Ivanhoe Sunday night. No, I'm going to be getting to Morrison Sunday night. So today, Saturday, I should arrive in Texarkana around 11 p.m. Leave Texarkana or Prescott or whatever tomorrow morning at like 9 a.m. And then at 9 p.m. I arrive in Morrison. And then I leave Morrison at like 7 a.m. Monday morning. And I arrive to Ivanhoe at like 7 p.m. Monday night. And I might not be able to drive all the way to Ivanhoe in that drive shift. I'll probably have to stop short by like 2 hours, 2 or 3 hours. And then drive over to Ivanhoe Tuesday morning, which the trailer is not expected to be ready until probably around 1 o'clock in the afternoon Tuesday, because they're not going to load the trailer until they show up for work around 6 a.m. Tuesday morning. You know what I can do with the trailer with the missing landing gear handle? I could get my crescent wrench out and use my crescent wrench on the nub, and I can raise the landing gear with that, and I can drive it to a shop and have a shop install a landing gear on it. Decisions. So yeah, I don't have a chance of taking a 34. And what is my hours situation going to be like? I think I had like 50 hours. Damn it, I'm going to get jammed in behind this fucking box truck because there's just huge line of four-wheelers. Maybe somebody will let me over. Nope. Jackasses are not going to fucking let me over. Alright, this next person looks like they're going to let me over. Slow down, Memphis. So some truck repairs that I'm thinking about getting done in the near future. When I say near future, I mean like the next 2 to 3 weeks, maybe the next month. New electrical line, new pigtail, new electrical cord for the electrical line that goes between the truck and trailer. I need to buy a new one of those. So I just need to find a Fleet Pride en route during their hours of operation and swing in there and grab one. That was actually on my list of things to do when I was at home, and I never did it. I should have bought one while I was at home, and I didn't. And the other thing is all right, DX is slowing down. All right, Google's saying the speed limit dropped down to 65. I did not see a speed limit sign. So that's probably why DX slowed down, just because the speed limit dropped to 65. Speed limit is going to drop all the way down to like 55 in Memphis for trucks. So the electrical line, that's just buying the part. I need to find a place that it's not going to cost me like 2 to 3 times the normal price. That electrical line should cost maybe $40. And I'm not going to pay $80 or $120 for it at one of these truck stops. And then the other repair is the the steering shaft or steering column, whatever it's called. The U-joint on it is a little bit loose. Last time I did my DOT inspection, they tried to fail me on it. but then they measured it and it was well within tolerance. But it is a little loose, and I am feeling a wobble in the wheels. And that wobble is driving me crazy. I need to know what the speed limit is, because we're doing 60 miles an hour right now. Is there a 55 truck speed limit right now? If not, I'm going to pass DX. All right, here we go. We finally got a sign. Okay, yeah. 65 for cars, 55 for trucks.
There are police reported ahead.
We got traffic just swarming us from behind because we're not, the traffic behind us is not slowing down. So there's some truck in the hammer lane just flying up on us at 65, 70 miles an hour. You're probably perfectly fine to drive through Memphis at 75 in a truck. I see the craziest shit every time I drive through Memphis. I don't think the police respond to anything except shootings. I think this is one of those defund the police cities. But yeah, if I could roll into a TA right now and buy an electrical cord for 40 bucks and spend $500 to get that steering shaft replaced, I would do it right now. But I think the TA would probably charge me like $1,000 for the part, and then like a couple $100 to install it. So it'd end up costing me like $1,200 to get the steering shaft replaced. Did I say 1,200 or a couple hundred? I meant to say 1,200. I think I said 1,200. Like $1,200 to get the steering shaft replaced, and then they'd probably charge me like $150 for the electrical cord, and I would not pay them to install that. So you're talking about 540 bucks would be reasonable prices to get all that work done. But if I went to TA Petro and did it all there, I'd probably end up paying closer to $1,400. Great. Now that super trucker just cut off DX and slammed on their brakes because they saw a cop. Super truckers out there doing like 65 miles an hour, 70 miles an hour in a 55, and then they saw a cop. They cut over to the right lane and slammed on their brakes. Now they're doing 55 in front of us. We were doing 60, and now this super trucker is doing 55 in front of us. Some other truck repairs I'd like to get done that are on a more long-term basis is to get all of the shocks replaced on the truck. Somebody on the shoulder. DX is going out and passing the super trucker.
In half a mile, keep left to stay on I-40 West.
That was a really dick move by the super trucker to fly by us doing like 10 to 15 over the speed limit and then cut DX off and slow down to the speed limit.
Keep left to stay on I-40 West.
And now the super trucker is speeding up, trying not to let DX pass. DX is having to speed up all the way to like 65 to 70 to get around him. Maybe this person just cannot read English. No, that can't be it, because they slowed down to 55. Left lane blocked 40 west before exit 10. 5 miles ahead. So just before exit 10, the left lane is blocked. So DX passing the super trucker has gotten the super trucker to speed up to 65, 55. And that's what I was. Now he slowed back down to 62. I was doing 65. Now I'm trying to just maintain distance on this truck.
There are police reported ahead.
Here we go with Memphis. Just standard, normal Memphis stuff. People start lane changes before they even finish passing you. They jump across multiple lanes of traffic at once. I mean, there's bad drivers that do that in every city, but certain cities have like certain things that they just, like there's an abnormally large number of people that do it. And jumping across several lanes and starting to pass you before they even finish passing you. Those are a couple of traits of Memphis drivers. So does this person actually want to change lanes to want to get in front of me, or did they just like forget that they put their turn signal on? I have no idea. They've had plenty of opportunity to get over, and they don't really have a need to get over. And they just, I think they took that exit right there. So they had their left turn signal on, and they turned to the right and took that exit. Never let them know your next move. All right, speed limit's about to drop down to 55 for everybody, which they should not have speed limits for different vehicles on the same road. .240 west, trucks over 13 feet 6 inches prohibited.
In 2 miles, use the right 2 lanes to take exit 10B for I-40 west toward Little Rock.
All right, I'm going to get over a lane because I cannot remember what the lanes do whenever we get to the 240-10 split. But I know that I need to be over on the right side. I think we get some new lanes or something. Yep, I need to get over even further.
In half a mile, use the right 2 lanes to take exit 10B for I-40 west toward Little Rock. Use the right 2 lanes to take exit 10B. Then you'll use the right 2 lanes to turn slightly right onto the I-40 west ramp to Little Rock. Use the right 2 lanes to turn slightly right onto the I-40 west ramp. Continue for 11 miles.
Damn, these are some big ass holes in the road. Trucks use the 2 right lanes ahead. Kiss my ass. This is as far to the right as I'm getting. You know, here before long, it's going to get cheaper to stay in a hotel than to idle your truck at night for air conditioning. Like, if you're burning a gallon an hour and fuel is $5 a gallon, over a 10-hour break, that's $50. If you're burning half a gallon, that's $25. Fuel gets up, you know, it doubles in price. Then that's $100 if you're, you know, burning a gallon an hour, $50 at half a gallon. Sheba Trucking just out there in the Hammer Lane, speeding. I'm doing 60 miles an hour. Sheba's doing like 70 miles an hour in a 55 in a restricted lane. Sheba, can you read English? You just import these drivers from India, hand them a CDL, tell them to have fun. They're going to drive like they're in India. That reminds me, last time I was an employee, I worked on a team that worked with other teams around the world. As an international company, and we had people that we worked with that were in the United Kingdom and India, and we would occasionally have meetings. Sometimes everybody would come over to the United States, sometimes everybody would go to the United Kingdom, sometimes everybody would go to India. And not everybody on the team would go. It's usually the manager and sometimes the team lead. Very rarely. The team lead is like the manager's secretary. It was usually just the manager that would travel for those meetings because international travel is expensive. I never traveled for any of those meetings. So whenever we had these meetings in the United Kingdom, our manager was always like, "Oh yeah, I'm going to go. And then whenever, it came time to meet up and, India was the location everybody was going to go, the manager didn't want to go. And the manager was like, "Oh, team lead, would you like to go in my stead?" And our team lead got really excited. I don't think she'd ever been out of the country. I've never been out of the country. She got really excited about traveling to India. She thought she was hot shit. She was going to India. I don't think she understood why she was going to India instead of the manager. And she was so excited. And I didn't want to, when somebody's really excited, I don't want to be, somebody who just shits on their parade. I don't want to be that guy. So I was trying to just a second here, people rubbernecking. Car in front of me is swerving all over the place. They were rubbernecking so hard. The car beside me was swerving all over the place, rubbernecking really hard. Looking at that accident on the other side of the interstate. So, I was trying to give her some pointers. India's like a third world country. Be careful. Because as soon as they found out she was coming to India, all the India people wanted her to start bringing shit, over for them. Like iPhones and stuff like that. Because iPhones were really expensive in India. So they wanted her to buy them iPhones and all kinds of other stuff and bring it to India, and they would repay her for it because it was so much cheaper to buy it in the US than India. And, I was telling her to be careful about doing that kind of stuff. Make sure that, she's following, export compliance and all that good stuff. And Great. You're just going to wait until I get right up here on your ass, and then you're going to cut me off. This is the shit people do all the time. They just wait until I'm passing them. So we got DX and the Super Trucker. Truck I'm passing right now is the super trucker that came flying into Memphis doing 70 miles an hour. And then they've been bouncing their speed all over the place. So anyway, she wasn't taking anything I was telling her seriously, and I wasn't trying to be like a downer. So I wasn't giving her, a whole lot. I was trying to be encouraging. I was just, telling her to be careful about, holy shit, man. That is some rough damn road. Oh my God. This is some ridiculously rough road. And then not having a trailer, the suspension is so stiff, I don't even really have suspension. I'm just like bouncing up and down on these big ass holes in the ground. Oh, and now the super trucker got out behind me and is riding my ass. It's like, maybe I'll just follow this person. They'll know what to do. Because he obviously doesn't know what speed he's supposed to be doing. Good Lord, this is some rough road. We shouldn't be too far from getting through Memphis. And once we get to this 240 split, I think almost all of the local traffic will get off of this road. I think almost all of the local traffic is going to get onto 240.
In half a mile, keep left to stay on I-40 West. Follow signs for cutoff.
Or it might be the next exit. One of these exits we're about to go past, almost all the local traffic's going to exit.
Keep left to stay on I-40 West.
But anyway, it was not until it came really close to time for her to leave, the company required her to go through some kind of training.
West for 11 miles.
And in that training, they scared her, telling her that she wasn't allowed to like travel around without a security guard, and like she wasn't supposed to leave the hotel. She was like, they're basically telling her that that city wasn't safe, and that if she wanted to go anywhere other than the hotel or the company, that she needed to check with the security, and she needed to have the security escort with her. And that scared her. That's when it set in that she was like going into a third world country. And then when she got back, she had a lot of horror stories. The main thing that she talked about was their driving. She said that between the hotel and the company was only like a few miles, like 5 miles or something, but it would take them like 2 or 3 hours to get there in a car because traffic was so bad. And she said that cars would bump each other. Like cars would bump up against each other constantly. And she said that scared the hell out of her the first time that happened, that a car like bumped into the car that she was in. She thought that they were getting carjacked or something. All right, now we're crossing the bridge. We're going into Arkansas. The Mississippi River, the mighty Mississippi. DriveWise says pull in unless closed on the way station. I've only ever seen this way station open a few times. It's open, so we're pulling in. Come on, give me the bypass. Looks like they're just bypassing everyone.
In a quarter mile, merge onto I-40 West.
Why don't you just put the damn pre-pass on bypass if you're just going to bypass everyone through the way station anyway? It's just a huge waste of my time and fuel. Having to slow down and speed up. It's just, I hate way stations so much.
Continue on I-40 West for 6 miles.
There's a lot of truck stops here in West Memphis. Hopefully DX is going to be pulling over in one of these truck stops. I won't have to worry about them anymore, because they've been traveling really close to the same speed as me. So we just have been, we've been interstate buddies, and I just want to end our friendship. It's not you, it's me. I don't want you to think you did anything wrong, DX. All right, now we're in West Memphis, Arkansas. Martin Luther King Jr. Drive, Southland Drive, 1 mile. Alright, I think I might need to get over to the left. I think this lane is going exit only. And it is. So what should we expect this weekend with truck traffic and parking? That truck stop is packed. In the middle of the day, it is absolutely packed. There might be some spots, but it's pretty full. So what should we expect on a holiday weekend? The holiday is on Monday. What we should expect is that a lot of warehouses and distribution centers are going to be closed through the weekend, and they're going to be closed on Monday, the holiday. A lot of truck drivers are going to go home for the holiday. So what you're likely to see is truck traffic diminish over the weekend through Monday. And parking in major metropolitan areas is going to get overrun, because a lot of truck drivers live in major metropolitan areas, and there are a lot of warehouses and distribution centers and delivery locations in major metropolitan areas. So people are going to be parking going home for the weekend in places like Dallas, and people are going to have deliveries in Dallas that they can't deliver until Tuesday. So they're going to be Good Lord, man, this is just some... I can't even talk. This road is so rough. This is crazy how rough this road is.
In half a mile, keep left to stay on I-40 West. Follow signs for Little Rock. Keep left to stay on I-40 West. Continue on I-40 West for 123 miles.
So truck stops in major metropolitan areas like Dallas, Houston, Memphis, West Memphis, Arkansas, places like this, they're going to get absolutely overrun with trucks. People that are taking time off, and that's where they live, and they parked the truck at the truck stop while they went home. And also people who have deliveries in those areas, they have to set through the weekend and wait to deliver until Tuesday. Or they have loads to pick up in those areas, and they can't pick them up until Tuesday. So a lot of trucks are just slowly going to start congregating around major metropolitan areas as we go through the weekend. So it should be fairly easy to find parking out in the middle of nowhere. But major metropolitan areas are going to be completely overrun. You might even have issues with places that are just outside of major metropolitan areas. Like, there are going to be people that are going to understand that, like, the truck stops in Dallas are going to be overrun. So they may stop just short of Dallas and park there for the weekend. Even with bobtailing, my average fuel mileage is still only 5.8. This bobtail is not bringing my fuel mileage up by very much. But that's not extremely accurate. I really need to look at my fuel purchases and my actual mileage. To see how much fuel I'm using. Just a second here. All right, I have plenty of room to move over. There's nobody behind me for about a quarter of a mile. I am flying up on this truck. There's an enormous solar field over to my right. United Transport. It's going about 55 to 60 miles an hour. Maybe they didn't see the speed limit go up. This RV is going really slow, but there's a four-wheeler flying up on me. I'm going to move over, let them around. I need to start thinking about how to live the van life again. Not the van life, but the boat life, the yacht life. My dream of the 34-foot sailboat. I would love a power boat. Power boats are much easier, but they're a lot more expensive. So, sailboat's more in my price range. There is a ton of traffic for a Saturday weekend. For Saturday, holiday weekend, money's a holiday. Oh, truck in the median. T-Force. Trailer looks like it's loaded. All right, I got 255 miles to go. That's about 4 hours and 15 minutes. And I have 3 hours and 28 minutes left on my 8-hour clock. Wow, I'm going to have a lot of time on my clock whenever I leave this place. Just a second here. Catching up with some used car people. Come on, don't fucking sit alongside me gawking, you jackass. This stupid moron right here got alongside me and then started rubbernecking the cars. Just sitting there speed matching me, jamming me in. Like, ooh, what's that? That reminded me of the place where I pay to park. There used to be somebody parked there. I haven't seen them in a while. They may still park there somewhere. But there was somebody that repossessed cars that parked there. And I ran into somebody, and it was just an employee. I thought it was like owner-operator, but there was just like an employee of this repossession company. And I was talking with him about repossessions, you know, the process. Because there was so whenever the lockdown started and they started all of the redistribution of wealth, all the government handouts, the taxpayer, you know, all of us taxpayers, they started giving away all of our money to people who weren't paying taxes. Whenever that started, there was a used car sales bonanza because they were giving away like unemployment benefits, like crazy unemployment benefits. People were making like $1,000 a week on unemployment, and I think that they extended unemployment to 2 years. So you can just sit on unemployment making like $1,000 a week for 2 years. So people started buying PlayStations and Xbox and TVs and phones and used cars like crazy. Why not new cars? They're making $1,000 a week. Well, because they don't have a job. They don't have good credit. So they can't get a new car, but they could do like buy here, pay here type shit. So used car sales went through the roof. You couldn't find a cheap used car. And then when the unemployment benefits ended, there was a massive repossession. So I was talking with this young guy, and what he did, his job in the repossession industry, and I'm pretty sure I made a video about this, so this is from like 2 or 3 years ago. This is from my memory, so I'm going to get some details wrong, I'm sure. But I think what his job was is he just drove around in a car that had a whole bunch of cameras on it. So he worked for somebody. It wasn't his car. He drove like uh, their car. And I forget exactly how he was paid. I don't know if he had any kind of like base wage or if it was just all commission based. Or if he had like a base wage plus commission. I can't remember exactly. But I remember he got paid for every car that he found. And he didn't actually like tow the vehicle or anything like that. All he did was he drove around and found the vehicles and then reported them to his company, and he got like some kind of commission for each one that he found, and then they would show up with the tow truck and take off with it. Like, I don't even think he was there when the tow trucks would show up. He would just find the car, report it, and keep on driving. And I can't remember the exact numbers, but I want to say he told me that on average he found like 10 cars a night or something like that. I might be able to make it all the way down to pick this trailer up in my 8-hour window. So it's 244 miles away. With a 60 mile per hour average, that's almost exactly 4 hours, 4 hours and 4 minutes, which puts me 42. I have 3 hours and 18 minutes, so 46 minutes shy. But with a 70 mile per hour average, No, it's still going to come up short. It's like 3 hours and 33 minutes. So I'm still coming up about 15, 18 minutes short. So I'm going to have to stop and take a 30 before I get there. I am in a really nice little traffic bubble. Danny Herman. Company drivers earn 60,000 or more per year. Owner operators earn 190,000 or more per year. You know, that's something I've never really looked into, and I should. I know that that's what some owner operators do, either with their own authority or, you know, leasing under someone else's authority. There was a guy that used to park next to me where I pay to park. And he was one of those people that really wanted to like run local. He was an owner operator. I think he had his own authority. And he really, really wanted to run local. And he was constantly bouncing around between companies that were offering him dedicated runs. So I can't remember. This has been 3 or 4 years. But he was telling me about all the dedicated runs and all the companies he'd been leased to. He bounced around a lot. He would basically go to a company and do the dedicated run, and then the dedicated run, the contract rate would be lowered, or the contract would be lost, or they wouldn't need as many drivers and they would, you know, cut him off of it or something. For some reason, it would fall through. And then he would go to another company. Yeah, he told me he was on the verge of going out of business. As soon as the freight market started tanking, he started having issues. I don't know what happened to him. Almost everyone that I have known that's been in trucking is no longer in trucking. Like people that I used to follow on YouTube, some of them just stopped doing YouTube, but so I don't know for sure if they're still in trucking or not. But a lot of them quit trucking for various reasons. Trucking is one of those professions that doesn't seem to have a lot of staying power for people. There is a very small percentage of truck drivers that do this for like 20 plus years. This is something that's really hard to do for 20 plus years because it's just brutal. Like the hours,
There are police reported ahead.
the stress and everything. Somebody posted that there's police ahead on Google. I'm not seeing them. And time flies so fast. It feels like it was almost no time at all. Feels like it was just a couple of days ago. And it was kind of a couple of days ago. Feels like I was just sitting in my house, not sure of whether or not I would get this dedicated run. And then I was concerned that I would get onto this dedicated run and it would be something completely different than what I was told. I mean, my expectation was that the agent is going to be dishonest and the agent is also misinformed. That's just the norm. Most of these agents don't really know what's going on. They don't understand the loads. And some of them just flat out lie. So I was expecting that things were going to be different when I actually started doing the load versus what I was told the load would be like. I was just hoping that there weren't any major issues like, oh, instead of it paying $2.38 a mile gross to the truck, it's actually paying $1.78 a mile gross to the truck. You know, something like that. I was hoping that there wouldn't be, you know, an issue where the pay was different. so far, there haven't been any major discrepancies in information. It's just been a lot of minor discrepancies in information, like how often I'm going to be hauling loaded versus empty, how often I'm going to be waiting around for loaded trailers and empty trailers. And how often I'm going to have to sit around. All right, there's police reported ahead again. There must be a cop driving down the road in front of me. So yeah, there's been a bunch of minor stuff, so there are issues with the load, but nothing major. And I need to throw everything into a spreadsheet so I'll feel more comfortable doing this load, because right now I'm starting to question the profitability of this load with how much money I'm spending on fuel. $2,500 weekly after all expenses. That's their big advertisement, is that you're going to make $2,500 a week after all expenses. That's not bad. It's also not that great for an owner-operator. Without owning equipment. So it sounds like they're advertising you to be an owner-operator where you just rent equipment that you're never going to own. I don't know. I'd have to look at the numbers on that to see if it's worth a damn. But in general, what you're paying on a lease for a truck is roughly the same as you'd pay to buy the truck, except you're never going to own the truck. All right, I see cop lights up ahead. Looks like they've got somebody pulled over.
There are police reported ahead.
Don't slow down, four-wheeler. It's move over or slow down, not both. Just a second here, this four-wheeler's pacing me. The hell is this idiot doing? All right, now he's speeding up. Sorry, I'm quiet. This four-wheeler just cannot figure out how fast they want to go. I think he's busy talking with his girlfriend. I don't like somebody being this close in front of me. Alright, I'm getting tired of this jackass just slowing down in front of me. Just sitting right on my fucking bumper. I don't know how many people are in the car. There's a young guy driving and a young girl in the passenger seat. Florida plates. I don't know what the hell they're doing, but this guy is not maintaining speed. And now this kid's going out to pass me. This stupid jackass. Well, they're not cutting me off this time. Let's see if they get back over in the right lane and slow down to 65 again. There is a rest area in the median on I-30. I think that's where I'm going to take my 30-minute break. I should have enough time on my clock to make it there. Because that's should be, I think, around a couple of hours away from Texarkana. I think it's like 2 hours away from Texarkana. See, it's 4:49 p.m. and
There are police reported ahead.
I'm like 70 miles away. So I'll be rolling through Little Rock at about 6 p.m. Maybe I'll take my 30-minute break before I get to Little Rock so that I can go through Little Rock a little bit later, let rush hour traffic die down some. I remember when I was a kid, back in like the 90s, I-40 in eastern Arkansas, basically at some point east of Little Rock, all the way over almost to Tennessee. I have to hit my brakes and slow down. I got two trucks flying by me right now. Got two trucks doing 75 passing me. Truck in front of me is doing 65. And I was doing 70. We all just collided at the same time. yeah, there used to be like experimental roadway all through here. Like you drive across a section of one type of roadway for a few miles, and another type, and another type, and then another type. Just tons of experimental roadway. What in the hell? Looked like that four-wheeler just forced his way in front of the truck. Truck had to slam on their brakes. And this truck is having difficulty getting back up to speed. Just a second here. This flatbed is struggling to pass me because apparently it's really heavy and we're going up and down tiny little contours in the road and it just keeps dropping speed. And it's missing a third of its DOT bumper. That's illegal as hell.
There's an object on road ahead.
There's an object on road ahead. Not seeing it yet, but a lot of times people will report stuff that they see on the other side of the interstate. Looks like we might get some rain again. Might be able to clean these bugs off the window. Yeah, I think I might go ahead and take my 30 before Little Rock because I need to use the restroom. I'd like to refill my tropical punch. And it'll push my drive time further away from rush hour through Little Rock. So next rest area I see, I'll probably take my 30. Traffic is stacking up in front of me. We've caught up with a pack of trucks that are trying to pass each other. It's probably the 65-mile-per-hour gang doing 65-mile-per-hour things. All right, flying up on this flatbed that just passed me a minute ago. All right, it looks like it's an Enterprise rent-a-box truck that's possibly causing all of this congestion. Come on, four-wheelers. There's a semi flying up on me that's going to jam me in. Just trying to get out here. Oh my God, box truck, don't you dare. This box truck's over here causing a traffic jam. And it's trying to move over to the left lane for somebody on the shoulder. No. Don't do that. We got the box truck and then a whole bunch of semi trucks up in front of it that are probably governed close to 65. And they all most likely struggled to get around this Enterprise rent-a-truck. Oh, there's somebody just bolted for the shoulder. One of the cars that jammed me in. I have no sympathy at all. Oh my goodness. This pack of 65 trucks is just causing all kinds of problems. Oh my goodness, this asshole is getting back out into the left lane again. Rest area in 1 mile. Sweet. We're going to go take our 30. And we're not going to have to deal with passing these fucktards. As soon as I get parked, I'm just going to pause the video. And use the restroom. Use the restroom, grab a snack. Look at my GPS. Figure out where I'm stopping after this, pick up this load. All kinds of good stuff. Restrooms closed. Truck parking only. What the fuck is with this shit? What's with these jackasses just parked in the roadway? And, like, that doesn't make it okay. Just throwing up triangles and parking in the damn road?
Merge onto I-40 West.
Stupid jackasses. And this thing is full.
Head toward I-40 West.
All right, let's get over to sleeper berth. All right, be back in a bit. All right, we're about to get rolling. 30 minutes is up. It's now 5:43 p.m. And let me slowly creep out of here, make sure there's nobody flying by me on the right.
In 800 feet, merge onto I-40 West.
Damn. Blew a steer tire and managed to make it into the rest area? That's pretty crazy. Guess those no parking signs are for other people. We got people parked at the entrance, people parked at the exit. So there is a news item. There is some news.
Continue on I-40 West for 35 miles.
So I got up to 70 and that rider was going a little bit faster than me. So I decided to back out of it and let this person around me. All right, so on my 30-minute break, I spent the majority of the time refilling my tropical punch, which is quite the process of getting out that 7-gallon water container, filling up the canister with the punch mix, measuring it out, and all that stuff. But refilled that. I ate a peanut butter chocolate wafer, drank a cup of tropical punch, refilled my little non-spillable cup, my drink cup for the driving. And then I checked the news. It looks like the big news item is that Iran and Pakistan have come up with some ridiculous, stupid framework for negotiations to create a 60-day ceasefire in the blockade and slowly reopen the Strait of Hormuz under Iran's control. So basically, it's just capitulation to Iran. It's absolutely absurd. I don't even know why it's getting news coverage, because Iran has proposed this kind of idiotic crap several times already. And it basically says we'll talk about the nuclear stuff at some other time. It basically takes the nuclear out of the discussion. So it's the same crap Iran's been basically proposing. I don't know why it's such a big news story right now. The only thing that I can think of as to why it's a news story right now is because that is the level of desperation that Trump has reached. Trump has reached the level of desperation where he is going to sign basically terms of surrender to Iran. Get in your lane, super trucker. You know, I don't have access to see the entire terms of the ceasefire deal, but from the highlights, from what they said, it's basically just lift the blockade and we will go back to what we were doing before the blockade. It's basically just telling the United States to lift the blockade, and that's it. The United States is getting really nothing out of this ceasefire. The Strait of Hormuz will not be fully reopened. It'll just go to Iran's new form of control over the strait, where they're only letting ships through that they want, and they're charging a toll. So it's complete capitulation to Iran from the terms I've heard. It is just absurd. But that shows the level of desperation that we've gotten to. The state-run media is blasting all of this all over the place. Now, that could be for a couple of reasons. Israel has a tremendous amount of control in our country. So Israel could be, getting the state-run media, pushing the politicians to push the state-run media to blast all this out, to piss everybody off. Like, why have we done any of this if we're just going to, capitulate to everything Iran wants and we're getting nothing out of it? That's basically what all the news stories are saying. So it sounds like somebody that's trying to kill the deal, like Israel, has been pushing all of these news stories out. They're flooding the state-run media with these news stories. But for Trump to even be considering this shows an extreme act of desperation. If the terms, I can only go off the information available to me, and what's being told to us through state-run media and through politicians might not be 100% accurate. But right now it looks kind of absurd. From what we've been told. But yeah, the brief details I saw was that it was a 60-day ceasefire. The blockade would immediately end. There would be no discussion of nukes, the nuclear material. There's no kind of agreement for nuclear material. And the Strait of Hormuz would slowly be reopened. And they did not say anything about whether or not Iran would be charging tolls or anything like that. So I am assuming Iran would be charging tolls and controlling who goes through the strait in this ceasefire, which is absolutely crazy. If we allow Iran to get away with what they're doing, it's an international waterway. If we allow Iran to mine an international waterway and force everyone to travel through their territorial waters and charge tolls to pass through, that will set a dangerous precedent around the world. And we could have every choke point around the world become some kind of tollway. So I'm suspecting that this is just more propaganda to manipulate the financial markets. But who knows? We'll see. If the United States agrees to these terms, then that is a truly desperate act, and I don't think it resolves the problem of the supply chain disruption. Google's trying to route me through the middle of Little Rock. All right, so I did my trip plan. Man, it's like these sons of bitches get together and plan this shit. Right as I'm catching up with Charger, there are two four-wheelers catching up with me. What I think it is on why this happens all the time, like every time I catch up with a slower vehicle and I need to pass them, somebody else catches up with me and passes me and jams me in. I think the reason this happens is people see me catching up with a slower vehicle and they speed up to try to get around me before I pass that slower vehicle. I think that's the reason that it happens so often. It smells really good inside the truck, and I'm wondering where in the hell that smell is coming from. I'm thinking maybe something spilled. Usually what it is when it starts smelling good inside the truck, it's the Dawn dishwashing liquid in my soapy water bottle, and it's from elevation change. When I get up to high elevation, the pressure inside the bottle increases and it'll start spraying soapy water out. Tony has still not sent me a corrected rate con. I'm not going to talk to him anymore about it. I have done my due diligence. If we do not get paid on this load, Tony's still going to pay me. I'm going to fight him. I'm going to fight with Landstar and make Landstar pay, force him to pay me. You know, non-payment is not as likely whenever you have a relationship, and Tony has a relationship with TSD. They work with each other year over year. But the one time I've dealt with non-payment, I don't know how many loads that I've hauled, customers have refused to pay. The only one I know of is whenever an agent tried to charge back the load on me for customer non-payment. There might have been several others that happened that I have no idea the customer never paid for the load. Because I get paid regardless, as long as I do everything I'm supposed to do. But the one load that I got that they tried to charge back on me was a regular customer. It was a customer like TSD, with Tony and TSD. It was an agency that dealt with, this one brokerage over and over, moving loads for Volvo. They had a relationship. They worked with them all the time. And damn, that Wagoneer is hauling ass, and this car is hauling ass too. Going 100 plus. And they refused to pay for that $7,500 load.
In 2 miles, take exit 169 for Arkansas 15 with Remington Road.
I see you checking your mirrors drifting over toward me. People come over way too close. I don't think they realize how close they're coming over. Because if you do the same thing to somebody who does that to you, they'll get pissed and act like a drama queen and start switching over to the left lane. And this truck parking is packed.
In half a mile, take exit 169 for Arkansas 15 with Remington Road.
It is 6:10, and that truck parking is like completely full.
Take exit 169.
Yeah, four-wheeler, you just don't have the acceleration you thought you did. Plenty of room behind me. Yeah, truck drivers are not generally going to get the entire weekend off. Most truck drivers are going to get they're going to get home on Sunday or late Sunday. They're going to get Monday off, and they're going to be leaving Monday night or early Tuesday morning. That's what most truck drivers that are able to get the holiday off are probably going to get, just long enough to do a 34 on Monday. So we're probably going to have a lot of people running really hard trying to get home today and tomorrow. Just a second. I'm trying to keep an eye on signs, looking for the 430 or whatever in the hell it's called, because Google is trying to route me through the middle of town. Start Maverick, stay Maverick. .440 junction in 1 mile. Yay! All right, speed limit's dropping down to 65, so let's turn the cruise off. And let's get ready to exit onto 430. Got some slow trucks in front of us. Hopefully they're not taking the exit, but I suspect that's the reason they're going so slow is because they are taking the exit. I'm doing 60 right now and flying up on them. Yeah, everybody's exiting here. Oh, sweet.
Take the I-440 West ramp.
The slow tanker turned the other direction. Hauling fuel is one of those jobs that a lot of people brag about on like trucker forums. Like, yeah, I was an over-the-road driver, I couldn't take it, and I got a job as a fuel hauler, and now I'm home daily and I make like $50 million a year. Well, I was going to get out and pass, but the slow vehicle I was going to pass hopped out in the center lane. So now let's wait and let these people figure their shit out. Come on, Camry. Press the throttle, press the throttle, press the... You're not doing it. It's not happening. Doing 65 and going faster than this flatbed. Oh, why are you hitting your brakes, flatbed? That's not a smooth move. Hitting your brakes going uphill. attack on one of us is an attack on all of us. It's like a Jew. It was JewBelong.org or something like that. So some like anti-Jewish hate speech something. Part of the Israeli propaganda here in this country. You cannot say anything negative about Israel or you're a racist. They have the same type of logic that the radical left has. If you say anything negative about the radical left, you're racist. Four and a half miles until we intersect with Interstate 30. And then we'll be dealing with a little bit of Little Rock traffic, but that shouldn't last too long. I'm going to feel a lot more comfortable whenever I bust out the spreadsheet and I do the math on this load. Right now, I am seriously concerned that my profitability is not very good. I am really scared that like I'm only making $1 a mile profit or something like that. I think when I calculated it up, I was making $1.23 a mile profit. Now that's not pure profit, that's just after fuel cost. I have other costs coming out. $1.23 a mile is not that good.
Use the right 2 lanes to take the exit toward I-30 West. There's an object on road ahead.
Alright, the object in road ahead, and that guy just moved out of the right lane, and there it is. It's something in the middle of the right lane. Looks like a bag of trash. So there's a huge difference between $1 a mile and $1.23 a mile. We'll just say $1.25 a mile for easier math. If I'm running 3,000 miles a week, $1 a mile is $3,000 after fuel cost. $1.25 would be an extra $750. So that'd be $3,750. That's a significant difference. $750 per week.
In half a mile, use the right 2 lanes to take the exit toward I-30 West. Use the right right 2 lanes to take the exit toward I-30 West. Then you'll use the right 2 lanes to take the I-30 West ramp to Hot Springs, Texarkana. Use the right 2 lanes to take the I-30 West ramp. Continue on I-30 West for 134 miles.
This aggressive ass Amazon van driver flew by me on the on. Oh my goodness! Just jerked the hell out of it and whip it over a lane. Flew by me on the on ramp. What the hell is this Amazon driver doing? They jerked it hard over the left lane to pass. I guess they're governed at like 65, and they're just running at their governor. I'm not sure. They're driving very aggressive. Yeah, just cut me off, bro. Just sitting here passing you, and you just cut me off right when I get to the back of your trailer. I'll slow down. Everybody drives like they're the only person in the world that matters. The rest of us are just NPCs in their world. It's like they're playing Grand Theft Auto and we're all just NPCs or something. Oh my goodness. I am looking forward to getting a trailer. I do not like driving around bobtail. So I'm going to go down there, grab the trailer. And then turn around and start heading back this direction and stop at the oh my goodness. Very good shot. Very good. That was 10 out of 10. That was difficult. To hit an angled window like that on a moving target, some bird just splatted my windshield. Like, Jesus. Right in my line of sight. I mean, I guess I'm lucky it wasn't like a goose or something. I probably wouldn't be able to see right now. Damn it, Kroger. There's a left lane restriction. You shouldn't be blocking the center lane. I'm over here breaking the law to get around Kroger. I should look for a Fleet Pride. I don't even know if they're open this late. I don't know. I think they might close at 5 p.m. But I should check and see if there's a Fleet Pride right here in this south side of Little Rock. Grab a new electrical cord. Is this that same CRV? this isn't the same vehicle that was just loitering in the center lane a minute ago, is it? Is this the same one that I passed on the right a minute ago? That's caught up and passed me and is now going slower than me in the center lane again? This is a different car. I think this is a different car. I'm hoping the Prescott TA is not going to be too overrun. I'm hoping I'm going to be able to find a parking spot there. Because my big plan is to grab the trailer in Texarkana, turn and burn, and get to the TA in Prescott. Grab a shower, camp out there for the night. Let's see if this Super Trooper gets him some. He's out there in that far left lane in that white SUV. Is he working his way over to the right lane? Is that him? I think he might be taking the next exit. Either that or he's trying to hide in traffic. He took the exit. I'm trying to glance up and look for Fleet Pride signs. Because a lot of the times Fleet Pride is on service roads. But I'm also trying to pay attention to these cars and this jackass in front of me that's driving under the speed limit. I would suspect that there is a Fleet Pride somewhere here along the interstate in South Little Rock. I'll check Google Maps, and when I come back through here tomorrow, all right, let's grab the next lane because lots of people slamming on their brakes to turn right there. And that SUV with the Texas plate got mad when I moved over. As soon as I threw on my turn signal, they floored it, tried to block me, and I just went ahead and moved over, and then they flew by me, almost clipped me, coming by so close. Trying to intimidate me. Make sure that I know that I cut them off. At least that's what happened from their perspective.
There are police reported ahead.
Police reported ahead. Google is saying the speed limit is up from 65 to 70, but I haven't seen a sign. I must have missed it. All right, that sign says end truck lane restriction. That usually means that we have some lane changes, like we're losing a lane or there's a left lane exit or something. I have a feeling that this is the same car that was sitting in front of me going slow earlier that I passed on the right. Because they're driving the exact same way. And they sped up as soon as I got over in the right lane. I was doing 68 and going faster than them. Now I'm doing 69, and oh, they just slowed down in the turn. It's like some old woman. She's racing me. I'm doing 70, and she's pacing me. She will not be passed. This is her road. Oh, she just backed out of it for reasons unknown. Maybe her exit's coming up. There's a sign that says speed limit 70. Maybe her exit's coming up and she needs to get over and she was having difficulty getting in front of me. Who knows? But she backed out of it and she slowed back down to 65. Commercial vehicle inspection station, exit only. What? All right, it's closed. That's the first sign I saw of it.
There are police reported ahead.
All right, looks like this lane might be going exit only. Damn, Atlas, how the hell did you get in there? Atlas Van Lines is in that shut down way station that has barrels closing everything off. Atlas must have gotten out and like moved the road closed sign to get in there. I'm just noticing that lane is still, oh, there it is. There's the blocks indicating that it's going exit only. I'm like, wasn't that lane going exit only? Why is it still there? There it goes. We got somebody on the shoulder, top the hill. No. I think that was just a vehicle, yeah, somebody driving down the road. Alright, I gotta watch for cars, see what they're doing at the top of the hill, because somebody reported on Google police ahead. So there might be a cop that have somebody pulled over just past top of the hill, so I'm clear to move over right now. Don't see anything.
There are police reported ahead.
Police reported ahead, says Google. Might be a cop driving down the road. People keep reporting. Well, it could be that cop on the other side of the interstate. You're not supposed to report that crap on this side of the interstate. Whoever's doing that. 105 miles to go. I have 4 hours and 16 minutes of drive time left. I can't believe Schneider is still in business. Their pay, well, I don't know what their current pay is. Let me just say that. I don't know what their current pay is, but I contacted Schneider as one of the places that I would possibly start my trucking career. And I talked with them about what they pay, and oh my goodness. Everybody's pay had increased over the last like 5 years. This was in late 2019 when I called them, early 2020. Shit, this box truck is slow. I'm gonna let this car around me and then I'll get back out. Come on, car. Are you serious? You gonna make me hit my brakes, you jackass? This four-wheeler flew up on me going like 100 miles an hour. Whoa, box truck, shit, man. That box truck came into my lane with me when I was passing them. Yeah, I need to stop being nice to people. It's dangerous. People are stupid, and I need to just, like, drive more defensively, less nice, less accommodating. I forgot what I was talking about. What we got going on here? Is that on the shoulder? Got a U-Haul and a car. I'm so tempted. Every time I'm in that situation, I am so tempted to like lay on the horn as I'm riding up on them. Just scare the shit out of people. But they're having bad enough day as it is. So like I've thought about doing that. Like every time I see somebody, like a construction worker standing near the road or something, they're not paying attention. Like anybody that's not paying attention, I just feel like laying on the horn as I fly up on them. Just scare the crap out of them. I've never done it, but I think about doing it every time I pass somebody standing near the roadway that's not paying attention. Next time I come out over the road, I'm going to try sandwiches. I got to think of sandwich ingredients that last a while. Lettuce, tomatoes don't last very long. Onions can last a while. Bread doesn't last very long. Yay, looks like we're getting enough to clean the windows off. That bird crap is gone already. The bug is like 80% gone. That was very nice. That was like just enough to clean the window off. Rest area in 1 mile. Left lane exit. This is where Landstar almost got into a wreck with me while I was driving for USA Truck. They were merging on from this rest area, and I was in the right lane going like 65 miles an hour, and Landstar just cut across both lanes from the far left right in front of me. It was diagonal across both lanes, so there was nowhere I could go. I just had to slam on my brakes because they were across both lanes, just merged onto the interstate going like 20 miles an hour. Pulled right in front of me. I was doing like 65. They pulled in front of me doing 20. Like, what in the hell are you doing? All right, there are spots, but pretty full. There are spots available, but it's pretty full. 7:07 p.m. Let's see, I'm still an hour and a half away. So I'll be getting there at like 8:30. I might be out of there by 9. And then it's an hour drive to the TA. I might be at the TA by about 10 p.m. That TA has a pretty big lot, but this is a really busy road. I'm hoping there's going to be spots at the TA, and I'm trying to decide whether to top off fuel when I get there or wait until I leave. They had this really big announcement today that I'm not sure what all intentions were behind the announcement. I think it was mainly Israeli propaganda trying to get Trump to stay in the war. I think that's the main intention behind it, is Trump might be trying to sign some kind of deal just to end the war. You know, that's one of the theories as to how Trump is going to end this war, is he's just going to claim victory and sign some really crappy deal and try to spin it in a way that he won. So he might be close to doing that, and this is Israel's attempt to like get ahead of that and tell everybody that this deal is horrible and it's stupid. And then it makes it very difficult for Trump to come out and say, oh, we won and we got this awesome deal and, you know, I'm the greatest thing ever and Iran's beautiful. It makes it very difficult for him to spin it in a way that he won and sign some crap deal. So it looks, if I had to guess, I would say Israel is behind this, and they're just trying to keep Trump from finding a way to back out of this. They're trying to keep him trapped in this war. So how is that going to affect the fuel markets? Oil market, the fuel cost of fuel. Well, the people in the financial market, yes, I'm sure there are extremely intelligent people that exist in the financial market, but the vast majority of them, morons. So they're probably going to fall for this, which means that fuel prices are likely going to drop tomorrow. Nobody wants to be caught holding the bag whenever oil prices plummet. Oil prices should not be plummeting anytime soon. They should be climbing to like $150 to $200 a barrel. Even if we sign some peace deal tomorrow, there probably should be $200 a barrel right now. And they're around $100 a barrel. We might see a drop in oil overnight, a drop in fuel prices overnight. And my price changes, they update at midnight, right around midnight Central. I'm not sure exactly when they change. It's somewhere around midnight Central. Or when fuel prices update on the Landstar Fuel app. So I think I should roll the dice and not fuel up until tomorrow. I think fuel is going to be cheaper tomorrow. Let's check and see what fuel is currently in Prescott. Excuse me. Holy smokes, it's below $4 a gallon. $3.95 is my raw fuel price. It's been just a little over $4 a gallon since I've been doing these runs. There's a pack of vehicles just caught up with me, and I'm catching up with a slow flatbed. So let me try to figure out, like every time I catch up with a slow vehicle, it seems like there's a bunch of sons of bitches that want to pass me, and this guy is going super fucking slow. Oh my God. It's going 55 miles an hour. I swear these people time this shit to run me into the back of slow vehicles. All right, so the pump price is $5.53 and 9/10, so basically $5.54 a gallon. And that does not include a 6 cent per gallon cash or fuel card discount. So it's actually $5.60 a gallon pump price. So the pump price is still really high. The pump price hasn't come down yet. But the Landstar discount is $1.30 a gallon. That has increased. The discount has gone up. And Arkansas fuel tax is 28 cents a gallon. And all these things are like 9/10, so it's closer to like $1.31 a gallon discount and 29 cents a gallon Arkansas fuel tax. See, I think the price is going to drop overnight. So I think I'm going to roll the dice and not top off fuel. Today, I'll top off fuel whenever I leave in the morning. I'll pull up to the fuel island, do my pre-trip inspection at the fuel island. Juanita's Candy Kitchen, exit 73, behind something. I could. There's only so much I can read on a billboard while I'm driving down the road. It was behind something at exit 73. That sounds sketchy as hell. Like Juanita's Candy Kitchen. It's behind the diner on Robson off exit 73. Just go around back. Somebody will meet you. This truck catching up with me looks like it's hauling a carbon black trailer. This might be the Landstar driver, the other one. Or it might not be a carbon black trailer at all. But it's catching up with me. It's about to pass me. Come on, man. I don't want to watch TV with you. Keep rolling. This guy's living the dream, man. He's got his van life, and he's got some woman in the passenger seat with her feet up on the dash. The dream. Damn it. They're slowing down. Now they're speeding back up. Now it's looking a lot less like a carbon black trailer. It looks like there's some blue lettering on the front of the trailer. All right, are these people exiting? I see a lot of brake lights. Bustin' Nuts truck repair. Yeah, that is definitely not a carbon black trailer. It looks like a reefer. And we got a bunch of trucks getting on the on-ramp. And this truck is finally caught up with me and is passing me. What's the on-ramp look like? Looks like I'm going to make it past the on-ramp before this truck gets there. Yeah, that's what you should do whenever you're doing your CDL test and the examiner's like asking you to tell them what signs you're seeing. It's like a busted nuts truck repair. Just call out the signs. Like that's, whenever I was doing my CDL test, they will ask you like, what did that sign say? And it's like, there's a lot of signs on the road. And like, I didn't know which one he was asking about. What he was asking about was, there was a sign that said that there was a light up ahead. That's the sign that he was looking for. But there were a whole bunch of signs that we just recently passed. And I was like listing off signs, and I wasn't listing off the one that he wanted. So I just started calling out all the signs I was seeing, and he stopped asking me, you know, what sign did we just pass? I just started calling out all the signs. I just started verbalizing everything. Like the stupid Smith driving course. I hope that they don't still do the Smith driving course. That is the dumbest shit ever. Teaches you some really bad habits like driving in the left lane. But that's one of the things that you have to do when you're doing this stupid Smith driving course is verbalize everything. You have to sit there and call out everything that you see. I remember when they made everyone at our terminal, when I was a line haul driver like 20 years ago with Conway Western Express, which is now XPO Logistics, they made everyone at our terminal go through this Smith driving course. So we drove around in, like, I think it was somebody's personal vehicle. It was not a truck. It was a car. And we just drove around doing the stupid Smith crap. And you have to drive in the left lane because it's the lane of least resistance according to Smith. And I was driving in the right lane, and the instructor was like, Are you supposed to be in this lane? Isn't the left lane the lane of least resistance? And I was like, well, there's nobody in this lane. The left lane's packed because there's a really busy left-hand turn coming up. And he was like, well, Smith says the left lane is the lane of least resistance, so that's probably the lane that you should be in. And I was like, well, right now, this is the lane of least resistance. That's the reason I'm in it. And he kept like telling me that the Smith system says the left lane is the lane of least resistance. And I was like, there's nobody in this lane. And I would like, the left lane is almost completely stopped. I would have to stop in this lane and then force my way over to the left lane. And then he finally said, we're taking a left turn at this light. That was the reason that he was pressuring me so hard to get over in the left lane, is because he wanted me to take a left turn at the next light that everybody else was trying to make a left turn at. So yeah, I had to stop in the middle of the right lane and force my way over into the left lane to be able to make that left turn. But that's what I had to do in the Smith course. I passed because these training courses are about following instructions. It's not about learning anything. It's about completing the course. I don't know. I'm about to start ranting and raving about the education system and how stupid it is. Like, I had a teacher, my history teacher. We had a 20-question test every single week. So we would read like one chapter a week in history and have a 20-question test on it every week. And she would like go through the class. This is high school. This is not like elementary or grade school. This is high school. And I went to a very small high school. But we would go through and each person would read a paragraph during class. And then we would get to like something and she would say, this is something you should write down. And there would be like a sentence. And she would repeat it 3 or 4 times, some sentence in the book. And we would all write it down. And by the time we finished the chapter, there would be 20 sentences that we all wrote down. That's the test. That was the test every week. Was there would be some key piece of information in every one of those sentences that would be on the test. The test would basically be those 20 sentences with some piece of information missing. And you'd have to, I forget if it was multiple choice or if you had to write it in. But it was mainly just about memorizing stupid data, which I don't see how that's useful. Like, I think understanding really important data, like the year that World War II started, the year that World War II ended, now that's not like really critical, you know, that information, but to know approximately when World War II happened, yeah, that's kind of good information to know. I think most people know approximately when World War II occurred, but I doubt many people could tell you even the year that it started or ended. So memorizing that kind of stupid crap in school, I don't see how that's useful. And that's what my education was just memorizing just stupid information. Like chemistry class was about memorizing, formulas on how to, like, I remember one, I don't even remember I don't remember one single formula that I had to memorize for chemistry class. All I remember was there was the word mole. I don't even remember what in the hell the word mole means in chemistry, but I remember we used moles a lot or something like that. It was just really stupid information that we memorized. You know what I do remember from chemistry? Is that when you burn copper, it puts off a green flame. That's the kind of stuff that I remember from chemistry. I don't remember the stupid stuff they had me memorize. Our education system is so bad. Teachers do not understand what kinesthetic learning is. I've been in classes where they teach you how to teach, and they teach you that human beings are natural kinesthetic learners, which means that we learn by solving problems. We learn by figuring things out. We don't learn by, it's like, the old saying, give a man to fish, you feed him for a day, teach a man to fish, you feed him for the rest of his life. If you just tell someone how to do something, they don't really learn it. Now, they could potentially learn it through repetition, but the way human beings learn best is by actually solving problems. And most educators do not understand what that means. They don't know how to create curriculums around kinesthetic learning. The way that I'm not sure how they teach today in school, but the way I learned in school is the worst way that humans learn information, is by basically just reading it and trying to memorize it. That is the worst way human beings learn information. I am not a fan of the education system. This is not the TA. This is just an Exxon travel center with a really big parking lot. So if the TA is full, I could come down here, but no shower if I come down here. Not a huge deal. I can take a shower during my drive shift tomorrow. I can just stop, take a shower somewhere. Be a lot more efficient if I could get a parking spot at the TA and take a shower there. But yeah, most teachers, the people that I went to class with on learning how to teach, none of them understood what kinesthetic learning was after the class, because our objective at the end of the class was to create like some type of kinesthetic lesson or something, and no one in the class came up with a kinesthetic lesson. I think I did, but I can't remember what it was. But there's three basic ways that people learn. They learn by watching somebody else, they learn by doing it themselves, or they learn by figuring it out. And learning by figuring it out, kinesthetic, that is the number one best way that humans learn. And what whenever they're trained on that, they get kinesthetic, and I forget what the name of the learning by doing method is. They get those two mixed up. So they'll just, so in our class, we were told to create, something kinesthetic, and everybody came up with something that was learned by doing. It wasn't learned by problem solving, it was just learned by doing. It was like, just have them, to teach them 1 + 1 is 2, have them get 2 apples, and they take 1 apple and they put it in front of them, then they take another apple and put it in front of them, then they count the total number of apples. That's learned by doing. That's not kinesthetic learning. Lease 53. But anyway, enough of my tirade about our education system and how bad it is. I think my entire high school, I said I was going to end the tirade, and I'm not. We're going to go on for just a brief moment. My entire high school education was a waste of time. The only thing that I really use is stuff that I learned up until about the 8th grade. Like math up to pre-algebra level. I had a pre-algebra class in the 7th grade, and then I had to retake it in the 8th grade because I switched schools. And the school that I went to was like a year behind the school I went to previously, so I repeated a lot of the classes I took in 7th grade. But anyway, it was a great thing that I took pre-algebra twice, because that's the math that I use the most, is just like add, subtract, multiply, divide, and pre-algebra. Just really basic, like 7th, 8th grade math. That's the math that I use. As far as reading and writing, 7th, 8th grade level. Pretty much everything I do in my day-to-day life since I've gotten out of high school has been 7th, 8th grade level stuff. Oh my goodness. Am I going to be able to pass somebody without being jammed in? The nearest vehicle behind me is about a half a mile back. There's a truck about a half mile behind me, and I'm catching up with a slow FedEx. You're mine now, FedEx. All alone at the back of the pack, about to get got. Oh, there's a little tiny deer standing right on the edge of the shoulder in the grass. I think I might just loiter out here in the left lane for a minute. I see somebody on the shoulder about a mile up. And they are back in the roadway. "54 miles until we get to the drop yard, terminal, shop, whatever in the world it is."
There are police reported ahead.
Three hours and 32 minutes of drive time left, so I'm about an hour away. So I'm going to have about 2.5 hours of drive time left whenever I get there. And the TA is only about an hour. So I'm going to have like an hour and a half of drive time left once I get to the TA. I'm tempted to press on. All right, so I drove from Texarkana to Prescott, topped off fuel. I can't remember the exact mileage. I want to say it's, you know what? We'll know in a second. I should be passing it any second. It's around 50 miles, and we are 51 miles away. And it's 560 miles approximately from Texarkana to Morrison. So we'll say 500 110 miles plus 560 miles. Or we could do 510 times 2. Or it's roughly, yeah, we'll do 510 times 2. I wonder if I passed it already. I don't think I passed the TA. I think I would have noticed if I passed the TA. I think I would have seen the sign and noticed it. So 1,020 miles. I've driven approximately 1,020 miles since my last fill up here in Prescott. And I'm at a quarter of a tank. That means I've used about somewhere in the ballpark of 150 gallons. Prescott, next 2 exits. I've got cars catching up with me, and they're going to catch up with me. It looks like they might pass me before I catch up with Ozark. So a little over 1,000 miles. For 150 gallons. Great. Another pack of cars came flying up on me just as I got close to Ozark. I think this is the exit for the TA, because I think the Loves, I can see the Loves sign, and I think the TA and Loves are at the same exit. Could be wrong on that. Yeah, it looks like they're probably at different exits. So next exit, TA. Is this the TA road truck that's coming up behind me? I think this might be the TA road truck coming up behind me. I'm trying to get over past Ozark in time for you to make your exit, TA. You're driving awful aggressive with an exit this soon. If this is TA, they're being really aggressive if this is their exit. Let's see if it is. Yes, it is. It is TA Emergency Roadside. And there they go. 46 miles to the terminal. So I think I'm getting 6.6 miles per gallon based on that. So 150 gallons, 1,000 miles, that would be 6.6 miles per gallon. That is horrible, especially considering that the load that I took from Texarkana to Morrison was not a max weight load. I was only at about 60,000 pounds. I can't remember. I went across the scale a couple of times, and I know my exact weight, but I can't remember it. I think it was at 60,000 pounds. It might have been 66,000 pounds. I'm pretty sure, yeah. I think it was 66,000 pounds because I think I had 30,000 pounds of cargo, which would put me about 15,000 pounds below 80, which would be around 66. I think it was at 66,000 pounds. So I wasn't max weight going there, and coming back I was bobtail. I should be at like 7.5, 8 miles per gallon. But that is a really rough estimate. That is in no way accurate. Got a couple of trucks slowly catching up with me. Starting to turn down the brightness of my ELD. It's getting dark. 7:56 p.m. If I wanted to, I could just take my 10-hour break at the drop yard. Wouldn't have to worry about finding a parking spot, and I bet it would be so quiet all night long, no interruptions. But I want to take a shower. Why is this truck hitting its brakes? Is it not hitting its brakes? It looks like it's hitting its brakes. Maybe its rear lights, two of them, are just really bright. Uh-oh, I got a truck slow passing me. Well, we were kind of going uphill. Maybe it's going to pass me a lot faster now that we're on flat land. I'm catching up with what looks like a box truck. Yeah, this thing is not going by me very fast. All right, let's turn the cruise off. Slow down. We are jammed in behind a slow vehicle yet again. Oh, I got the bypass on the way station. Yay! And it's closed. At least they turned on the bypass. Oh, this thing's permanently closed. They got buckets and wooden signs. Barriers blocking entry. "27 miles to go." You know what I'm going to have to do in my email to organize all these damn freight bills? I'm going to have to create a new folder just for Tony. And managing all the freight bills is a pain, and not the freight bills, but the rate cons is a pain in the ass because he screws up on them so many times. He has to redo them so many times. 17 miles. What is this thing passing me? Is this a Corvette? Yep. Oh, buddy, get in your lane, get in your lane. Started coming over to my lane while I was still in it. And that just drove off onto the shoulder. I think this might be an inebriated driver. And just drove off onto the shoulder again. Getting his party on a little too early tonight. It's Memorial Weekend. There they go to the shoulder again. I hope they don't get into an accident in front of me. When I was in training at USA Truck, there they go way off the shoulder. We did a dedicated run that was basically Dallas, Denver, Muskogee, Oklahoma, running that triangle. Driving down from Muskogee, Oklahoma to Dallas on Highway 75, I think it is, Oklahoma has what they call Indian casinos. Like, they're not Indians. Why do we still call them Indians? This is not India. So the native tribes have casinos all along the border in Oklahoma. So there's a massive number of people that come up from Texas to go gambling in Oklahoma right at the border. So whenever you get down near the border, you start running into a lot of inebriated drivers heading back to Texas from Oklahoma casinos. And one of the times we were driving back, we passed a really nasty accident. I don't think that the ambulances had even responded to it yet. It was a car that had ran into a big concrete pillar for a bridge. One of those enormous round ones. Huge round pillar. Thing was probably 8 to 12 feet diameter. Massive pillar. And this car ran right into it. And that car was squished in half. Like the front bumper and rear bumper were half the distance apart that they normally are. So they must have been going really fast. And they must have hit it dead on, because they didn't like hit it and, spin off of it. They hit it so solid that it just crinkled the car. So you would think, oh, well, maybe the accident already happened and the wrecker just hasn't cleaned up the accident yet. Well, how would you clean up the accident? The person in that car was basically smashed in with the car. So there were not any, I don't think there were any cops or ambulances or anything on the scene yet when we drove by. I think there might have been a cop pulled over, but no ambulance or anything yet. I can't remember. There was somebody pulled over at the accident. It might have been just a passerby who saw the accident, or it might have been a cop waiting on an ambulance. I don't know. But there was hardly anyone at the accident when we drove by it. It had just happened. And that's one of the worst accidents I've ever seen. And I've seen a lot of fatality accidents. I don't think I've ever seen an accident happen. Well, I take that back. I've seen an accident happen right next to me, and I'm not sure if there was a fatality. I was on my way to work as a security guard 20 years ago. That's the job I got after I quit trucking. I became a security guard. And I was driving on Highway 9 in Norman, Oklahoma, south side of Norman, Oklahoma, just south of Oklahoma City. And Highway 9 is like a 60, 65 mile per hour speed limit, but it has stoplights every couple of miles. So I was driving through there and the light was red. The left lane was open. There was nobody in the left lane. There were like 3 cars in the right lane completely stopped at the light. And I'm approaching the light and I'm doing the speed limit. And as I'm approaching the light turns green right when I'm about to start braking. And there's a car I'm in the left lane. There's a car in the right lane that is just speed matching me. Some girl that's probably texting or something, and she's just speed matching me. I think I was in the process of passing her, and she sped up and started speed matching me, just driving out of her peripheral vision. Well, because my lane was open, I just, instead of hitting my brakes, I just kept doing 60. And she kept doing 60 right beside me. And the traffic just started moving at the light. The 4th or 5th car back at the light had not even started moving yet. It was at a complete stop. And she rear-ended that car at 60 miles an hour without touching her brakes. Right alongside me. I'm surprised that I didn't get hit. I'm surprised one of the cars didn't squirt out and hit my car as I was driving by. That's the only accident I ever remember, witnessing happen. I've probably seen accidents happen. I just don't remember any right now. I've mainly just seen accidents after the fact. $13 miles to go. 7.6 miles until my exit. Or no, that's not my exit. 13 miles to go, 7.5 miles to go to get onto Interstate 49. Got to get off I-30 onto I-49. But yeah, I have no idea if anyone died from that accident. I just kept going. All right, let's see what this pickup does when I try to pass it. I'm just going to stay on my cruise speed. It looks like it's going the same speed. All right, now I'm going to speed up to get around it faster because I got four-wheelers behind me that are pissed off. So looks like that pickup might be using cruise control. That's very rare for four-wheelers. I don't think most four-wheelers even realize they have a cruise control. This jackass tailgating me, and then when I went to move over, they took off in the lane while I was still in it. They started passing me in the lane while I was still in it. Just impatient, aggressive jackasses. They have their headlights on, but none of their lights work on their car. So yeah, when I pick up that trailer in Morrison, Tennessee, I'm fully expecting that the empty I left there last night is going to be the same empty that I pick up tonight. I know that the receiver guy told me that they unload carbon black trailers 7 days a week, but I don't think they do. We'll find out when I get there. If there are more empties than the ones that I dropped off, then they unloaded them. Not that I dropped off, but if there are more empties that were there when I left. So if one of the trailers I dropped off is empty now, then they unloaded. But it also could be an issue of maybe they didn't need that carbon black over the weekend, so they didn't bother to unload it. So maybe they do actually unload over the weekend, but they just didn't this weekend. So it's not really going to tell me definitely whether or not they load or unload over the weekend. Just a second here. This car hauler is going extremely slow, and right when I started to catch up to it, this car just jumped out from behind me and jammed me in behind it. These assholes do this shit on purpose. They see me coming up on a slower vehicle, and they jump out from behind me, get alongside me so I can't get over. Maybe that's the reason all these trucks get out like a half a mile before they get to me. I'll see people that are going for the pass, they're going to pass me, and they'll get out in the left lane like a half a mile before they get to me.
Take exit 3, then you'll use the left lane to take the I-49 South ramp to Houston, Shreveport. Use the left lane to take the I-49 South ramp. Continue on I-49 South for 3 miles.
We're almost there. I'll pause the video while I'm getting hooked up and doing my inspection, but I'll plan on I'll go ahead and record until I get parked at TA. And I don't plan on fueling at the end of this drive shift. I'll fuel at the beginning of the next drive shift. And I am going to eat at the that mom and pop truck stop in Morrison. I am going to eat there every time they're open when I'm there. That is good, cheap food. Man, that was so good. That was like really good and really cheap. $5 for a box of food.
In half a mile, take exit 32 for US 82 19th Street.
All right. This better be the correct exit, Google. It is Highway 82.
32, then continue onto Ellie Gilliland Road.
9th Street. Yeah, Highway 82 and 9th Street. That's the street that I need to get off on. All right, so that's 19th Street. Don't want to go to 19th Street. I want to go to...
Ellie Gilliland Road for 3/4 of a mile.
Damn. Have to drive a mile down this service road. Couldn't put another exit a mile down.
In half a mile, turn right onto East 9th Street.
All right, Google's going to try to route me down these roads that are truck restricted.
Turn right onto East 9th Street. Then you'll turn left onto Price Lane.
We need to go down to Oates. We have to go down to Oates. Every other road right here. All right, lights turning green.
Turn left onto Price Lane.
And right there, Google wanted me to turn left onto that little road right there. That little one-lane road.
Take your next left onto Thatcher Street.
Now Google wants me to take a left on
Turn
Thatcher.
onto Thatcher Street.
We're taking a left at the light, which I think is Oates.
In 600 feet, make a U-turn.
Google wants me to make a U-turn.
Make a U-turn. At the light, turn left onto North Oates Street.
Oh. We're running the yellow light, bro. We're running the yellow. Oh. Bouncing all over the place. Man, a cheeseburger sounds so good right now. There's a lot of food that sounds really good. I'm hungry. I feel like some kind of meat dipped in melted cheese. Like I'm thinking about making some nacho dip. Get in your lane, bro. Why are you swerving at me? Why has everybody got their brights on? Make some nacho dip and burritos. Like I have some frozen burritos. I could make some nachos and frozen burrito nacho dip and
Take your next left onto Washington Street.
dip some burritos in them. I don't feel like making all that tonight.
Turn left onto Washington Street.
But maybe at some later time I'll make that. I brought 2 32-ounce blocks of the like generic brand cheese, the Velveeta, generic version of Velveeta, and it's pretty good. All right, I'm going to have to look at my text messages to get the trailer number once I get pulled in here.
Go past Eastland Street and turn left.
I am really surprised at how Texarkana has, like, their zoning in Texarkana makes no sense to me. Like, you have these little industrial things. Make sure that the gate's open. You have these little industrial areas right in the middle of residential areas. Like, this little terminal is surrounded by houses and apartment buildings. All right, let's...
Your destination is on the left.
Let's check our text messages. Oh, I got a text message from Tony that I haven't read. Did you get your rate? I also have your Tuesday load to Sumter, but I didn't send it because I had already sent you two rate cons. What the? I don't know what the hell. One, 2, 3, 6, 4. I can't read the numbers. Like 12109. It's definitely not 12364. I'm gonna have to get my flashlight to shine. It's 12197. 12339. It's 12360. I hope it's not in the shop like the last one was. The last one was inside one of the shop bays. So I drove around looking for it and I couldn't find it. And then I went to try to find somebody in the office. I was like, where in the hell is this damn thing? And all right, there it is, 12364. And as I was trying to find where in the hell this office was at, I walked by one of the truck bays and saw it inside there in one of the shop bays. This thing is in a mud puddle. I hope I can get out. All right, we got the brake set. We got the neutral on. Let's turn my high beams off in case somebody comes driving through here while I'm hooking up. 1, 2, 3, 6, 4. And I'm going to pause this while I go do all my stuff. All right. We are all hooked up. There is one issue with the trailer. It has a light out. And now I'm starting to think there's nothing wrong with my electrical cord. Like, I get trailers occasionally where the electrical connection is loose, and like I can wiggle my electrical cord and the lights on the trailer will go off and on and stuff like that. And then I get a trailer like this and everything works flawlessly. And I'm like, man, I don't think it's my electrical cord. I think it's just some of these trailers are fucked. But I do have one light out on the trailer. One of the tail lights. There's 3 lights. There's a total of 6 lights on the bottom rear of the the trailer. There's sets of 3 lights on each side, bottom. So bottom left, bottom right, there's 3 sets of lights. There's a red, yellow, red. So the middle light is the signal. And then it has a marker light on each side of the signal. And on the right, bottom right, the inside red light is out. So we've got another light trailer. All of the trailers going to Morrison, Tennessee are the exact same weight. So I don't think the weight is 100% accurate. They put 30,865 pounds on every single one of these trailers. And I don't think that they're 100% accurate. They're ballpark. But they're like 15,000 pounds lighter than all the other trailers. The trailers I pick up at the carbon plants are heavy. They're max weight. You know, I'm 77,000 gross hauling one of them. I'm at like 60,000 hauling one of these. Oh. Bumpity bump.
Turn right on Eastland Street.
All right, let's creep on down this road that's not really intended for trucks. And make our way to the TA. Get a shower, go to sleep. I slept really good last night. I'm not tired right now. Hopefully I can go to sleep pretty quick. Like, once you've been on this schedule where you're getting up and rolling, like you're getting up early enough before your 10-hour break is up, that you're able to be ready to roll as soon as your 10-hour break is up. Once you're in that cycle, doing that schedule, basically as soon as your 10-hour, like as soon as you start your 10-hour break, you're tired enough to go to sleep. Like, you're just running at constant levels of fatigue to where you can go to sleep just about any time. If you were to lay down and take a nap at any time, you'd be able to go to sleep.
At the stop sign, turn right onto North Oates Street.
And that's one of the reasons that I am for the hours of service, is because the hours of service are supposed to be the absolute limits. They're not supposed to be what you do every day. and every week. They're supposed to be the limits of what's possible. But the way that they pay us and the way that they schedule us is that you have to run at those limits. Like you just have to do those limits. Otherwise, you can't make it in this industry. If I were out here just doing like 2,000 miles a week, working a 40-hour week, do you think Tony would keep me on this contract? Because he gets a percentage of everything that I get. And if I'm not running very hard, then he's not making very much money. And then he might have to bring in another driver. And then that's a lot of extra work for him. So why even bother having me? But as it stands right now, I'm doing the work of almost 2 drivers. Is that car still behind me? Where the hell did that car go? There was a car behind me, and I don't see it back there anymore. But I didn't see much of any place to turn back there. I can't see very far. There's trees. Let me creep out here into the roadway. Ooh.
Continue on East 9th Street for half a mile.
We're up to 20 miles an hour. Speed limit's 45. We're getting there. It's a marathon. Somebody pushing a shopping cart down the shoulder. If you see people pushing shopping carts down the side of the road in a town, you're in the bad part of town.
Go past this light. Then, at the next one, turn left onto Frontage Road 549 North. Signs for I-30, Arkansas 549 North.
Alright. Turn your high beams off.
At the light, turn left onto Frontage Road 549 North. Signs for I-30, Arkansas 549.
Alright, we got a green light, not an arrow. Those cars are way down there. We should have plenty of time to make this turn. So this thing has a landing gear handle, but it looks like it also has the air system. Maybe the air system doesn't work. I didn't try it. I didn't even notice it had the air system until I had already raised the landing gear. Still got 2 hours and 31 minutes of drive time, and I'm only driving 45 miles to the TA. I could drive quite a bit further.
In 600 feet, merge onto I-49 North. Continue on I-49 North for 3 miles. In 2 miles, take exit 37 for I-30 East for Little Rock.
I'm thinking about driving 100 miles further. I could get a shower tomorrow or Monday. I mean, it hasn't been too long since my last shower.
In half a mile, take exit 37 for I-30 East for Little Rock. Take exit 37, then you'll take the I-30 East ramp to Hope Little Rock.
Holy shit. That was a fairly abrupt exit.
Take the I-30 East ramp. Continue on I-30 East for 41 miles.
So why am I thinking I should drive another 100 miles? Like, I have plenty of time to get there in the next drive shift. Like, it's only like 560 miles. I'm knocking 45 off of it right now. Well, I'm thinking about the drive shift after that one. The drive shift from Morrison to Ovenhigh or whatever in the hell it's called. I think that's like a 750-mile drive or something. That's not something I can do in a single drive shift. Just a second. Vehicles in front of me are slowing down, and I got a truck flying up on me. And this four-wheeler just moved over to the right and threw their fucking four-ways on. What in the shit? Why is traffic stopping in front of me? People are pulling off over to the shoulder. And this jackass super trucker just flew up here and got alongside me and I'm going to have to stop. I'm going to have to fucking stop because of this damn dumbass alongside me. Like, it was raining really hard, and then on top of that, that truck was riding alongside of me, and there's a lot of water on the roadway, and he was splashing water up on my windshield. I couldn't see shit. Oh, the window's clean again. Like, I cannot believe that idiot did that. Like, why would you get side by side on another truck in those conditions? Like, ultra low visibility, traffic is stopping up ahead of you, standing water on the roadway, downpour. That's what makes driving out here so dangerous, is the other people. They just make really bad decisions. Yeah, I just had to slam on my brakes because that moron flew up on me, got on the left side of me, and then just started speed matching me right alongside me. And he was splashing water with his steer tire, and it was just like a waterfall on my windshield coming off of his steer tire. So I just had to slam on my brakes to get him out from alongside me. I tried slowing down, but he just kept slowing down with me. So I just slammed on my brakes, came to almost a complete stop. Well, we got a truck wash. And it seems like it's been raining since I got over into this area the entire time I've been doing this dedicated run. It's been like a week and a half of just rain. Just a second here. The car behind me. Oh, they just dimmed their lights. I was having trouble seeing through the turn with somebody shining a flashlight in my eyes. All right, 32 miles to get to the fuel stop. Starting to rain again. All right, let's speed up to 71, 72 to get around this person faster. This is one of the geniuses that flew by me whenever traffic was stopping in that heavy rain. Like, I don't understand why people do that. You're flying up on traffic that's throwing their four-ways on, they're slamming on their brakes, they're stopping, and you just get out in the hammer lane and fly by. Just like, seems like some people out here, whenever they're driving, they don't have any sense of self-preservation. Yeah, I'm fairly certain that I'm going to continue driving from here, just so that I can make it. When I leave Morrison, I want to be able to make it all the way to Ovenhigh without having to take a 10-hour break and then finish driving to Ovenhigh, because that's going to screw up my drive shift whenever I leave Ovenhigh. It's just going to mess everything up. I might, the trailer might be ready, and what they've told me is that when one of these trailers is ready, they just give it to the next driver that comes in. So if I have to take a 10-hour break, they might end up giving that load to somebody else if I have to take an extra 10-hour break. Somebody on the shoulder up ahead. There's a line of three-wheelers. There's three-wheelers. There's 3 4-wheelers passing. That's number 1. They're spaced out pretty good as well. That's really nice. Number 2. I think I can get it out. I'm going to get over after this one because there's about 300 feet to the next one. This one did not slow down. They just rolled up on my bumper. Now they're trying to pass me on the right. They are passing me on the right. Now they dip back in. Just, man, I just, I don't understand. Like, do people just not pay attention to what they're doing? I think a lot of people that are driving, they're just on autopilot. Like, they're not paying any damn attention to what's going on in the world. And now she turned her brights on. So now she's high beaming all those cars up ahead.
There are police reported ahead.
I don't think that's police. That is police. And they had a lot of lights on that vehicle. It's like a damn light show. I hope all the way stations are closed for the weekend because I have that damn light out. Coming up on one right now. Bypass, so they're probably closed. Yep, it's closed. Oh, I think Hope, Arkansas, where Bill Clinton was born. I wish I knew. I should have done this already. I should have done it on my last 10-hour break. I should have checked to see what the mileage is from Morrison to Ovenhigh. The only thing I'm really concerned about is finding a parking spot. I mean, we're starting to get pretty late at night. This is a busy section of road, and finding a parking spot can be very difficult. Another reason I kind of want to continue right now is nighttime traffic is really awesome right now. This is what I was expecting on a holiday weekend. Is daytime traffic's going to be really bad with four-wheelers and trucks trying to get to their final, trying to get home or to wherever they're going. But truck traffic should die through the weekend as we get closer to the holiday. But daytime four-wheeler traffic is going to be high, and nighttime driving is pretty nice. This is a really busy section of road. It's not very late at night. It's only 9:35, and traffic is pretty nice. 104 miles to Little Rock. So I would basically be able to make it to Little Rock if I drove 100 miles further. And finding a spot to park in Little Rock is going to be a bit of a pain in the ass. I doubt there's going to be any rest areas or anything like that. All right, knowing that 100 miles is basically Little Rock, I think I'm just going to park at the TA. Yeah, I'm just going to park at the TA. If I can't find a parking spot at the TA, then I'll top off fuel and continue driving. But I'm just going to go look for a parking spot, no parking spot, then top off fuel, and we roll on. I don't want to waste a whole bunch of time trying to find parking. So what I might do if I don't find a parking spot here is there's a mom and pop truck stop that is almost never full. That's just a few miles up the road. I'll probably go to that truck stop. I might try that rest area in the center. But I think that's past the mom and pop truck stop. .8 miles until my exit. There might be parking at the back of the parking lot. A lot of people cannot stand parking at the back of the parking lot. They'll creatively park, up at somewhere closer to the building. They'll park along the curb. They'll park at the fuel island. They'll park in places they're not supposed to be just to be closer to the building.
371, Arkansas 24 with Prescott. In half a mile, take exit 24 for US 371, Arkansas 24 for Prescott. Take exit 44. At the next stop sign, turn left.
You know what would be really nice is if fuel dropped a lot.
At the stop sign, turn left onto Arkansas 24 West.
And they kept paying the same fuel surcharge on this load. The fuel surcharge is
in a quarter mile, turn right onto Nevada 30.
fuel surcharge is actually a little lower than it should be, so it should be able, the fuel prices should be able to drop a fair amount without the fuel surcharge being, you know, too incredibly high. Come on, man, turn off your damn brights. All right, I see a bunch of reserve spots open.
Turn right onto Nevada 30, then you'll turn right into the parking lot.
Oh, that's not it. That's not it. That's not it. It's the next. I almost fell for that last time I was here as well. They've got this sneaky little side road right here, just past the entrance. Oh, this is some rough road.
Turn right into the parking lot.
Oh.
The destination will be on the left.
It'd beat the hell out of you. I don't think they're enforcing the Landstar like ultra strict parking rules like they used to, because I see Landstar drivers like parked along the curb like this guy all the time. It's like parked in the middle of the damn roadway. Oh my God. Oh, I didn't realize how big that damn pothole was. Son of a biscuit. Alright, so there's actually... Alright, we have plenty of parking. So, my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. You lose your truck in some of these potholes. There's plenty of spots. What I'm going to do is... I'm going to circle around to the other side, and it actually widens out on the other side to the point where you can straight back the spots. Like, these spots have quite a bit of room to easily back into spots. Like, there are tons of spots. There's pull-through spots. Oh my goodness, there's like all the spots in the world. there's somebody walking around dribbling a basketball over to my right. Yeah, there's all kinds of spots here. Oh my goodness. And I want to get over here where it's basically a straight back, where it's less likely for somebody to hit me. The spots are so far apart on this side, and it's angled parking to the point where it's basically a straight back. What's this guy doing? What's this guy doing? I'm gonna grab this spot right here. I think I should park a little bit further up, because I think further up is more of like straight back. I think it widens out as you go further up. But we're already kind of in here. Let me move a little bit. A little bit, just a little hair to the left, in case somebody tries to park over next to me tonight. Give them just a little nudge more room. Now, to shower or not to shower, that is the question. When's the last time I had a shower? I know I took a shower on my 34 right before I left, so that was Thursday night. Thursday night I took a shower. At like 8 or 9 p.m. or something like that. 7, 8, 9. Thursday night. And today is Saturday. So I've gone Friday and Saturday. Been 2 days since I had a shower. Yeah, I think I'm going to go take a shower. All right, that's the video. I'm going to go pack my shower bag, go take a shower, and then take my 10-hour break. And I will probably continue doing driving videos. I don't know. Maybe I'll listen. If there's ever a day I don't do driving videos, it's because I am just going to listen to like podcasts, or I have a YouTube playlist with a bunch of music in it, and maybe I'll listen to that. So who knows? Driving video tomorrow, or maybe I'll listen to podcasts. Have a good one. Bye.